best wishes to you all, colleagues, and we look forward to this session and many more to come. I think this is the beginning of many things that we should be able to do as a team and as we work together with others. And it should be a great opportunity to empower our colleagues in the lab in the African region and strengthen the health care delivery system.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can, Rajiv.
Yes, I think Rania and the rest of the team, I think better load your talk and so that, and then minimize it. Then you can easily, when it's your turn, you can easily share it.
Yes, this is what I'm trying to do now, exactly.
Yeah, that makes it very quick, because otherwise you will be looking for your talk and that will waste maybe 1 or 2 minutes. And then, you know, we tend to get a little bit nervous when, you know, you're under stress and you are about to give a talk. And Glenda.
I'm here.
Yeah. So I will say a few words after you have said yours.
Okay. I thought that was correct. Yes.
Yeah. What are you planning to say?
Well, I'm just going to just say how important ethics is in laboratories, and that it's a bit of a Cinderella subject, and how important this workshop is to highlight that and to improve our ethical practice, and how it's so interrelated with so many other disciplines, human rights and the law, and that the speakers here are going to address those very issues. And then I'm going to open up the talk, the thing, and then I'll hand over to you. So, I mean, I've only got 5 minutes, so I can't talk a lot.
Yes,
you know?
yes. So I will be very short. And
I'm going to be very short.
Yeah, I will just briefly speak about the Africa Federation and how it is empowering or trying to empower lab professionals throughout Africa. That's all I'm going to say.
And then I will, after that, go and then explain the program. You know, that we're going to go through all the talks, and then at the end of the session, we shall have some time for questions, and that there'll be a tea break. And then go on. So I'll just explain the program, and then I will introduce Ian as the first speaker.
Okay.
I'll also explain the time. The time, and that I will, it's a 20-minute talk, and I will, I'll put on my video when it's near the end of the time, so that the speakers know that they've got a minute to go.
Okay. And then you just need to also announce that one of the speakers will not be able to make it.
Okay.
And that is Mr. Ndlovu.
Mr. Ndlovu. Okay, so he's
from the ASLM. He won't
be able to. So that, yes, I will say that as well after you've spoken. Okay.
Yeah. Ian, did he send you his talk?
No, he didn't send a talk. I had even suggested if he could do a recorded talk and send. So I think he got too busy to send one.
Yes, I in fact cannot disclose what he's busy with because it's something to do with Stellenbosch University, and I'm also part of it. He's very, very busy because something just came up unexpectedly yesterday morning. He was asked to carry out some some reading and send some material to Stellenbosch University. And that happened very suddenly yesterday. And so he had to stop everything. In fact, I had a meeting with him yesterday afternoon, and he was still trying to do his best. So I told him, I said, look, you won't be able to do it because he has to submit certain documents to Stellenbosch University this afternoon. So he's just trying to get those documents ready. And I think that's really taking up his time.
All right, we understand. And anyway, it frees up a few more minutes for question and answers, and we felt it's best they be happen at the end because all these issues are cross-cutting. So
Yes.
at least at the end, we can address them as the whole team, and we have wealth of knowledge amongst us. So let's utilize it to address one or two questions that we can address during that time.
Yeah.
So, Ian, Glenda here. I just want to know, so you're going to do the questions right at the end or at the end of the session? So at the end
right
of
at the end.
Session,
right at the end. Because you find these issues are cross-cutting, and some questions might actually be answered in another talk.
Okay, no problem. Yeah. I just wanted to tell you, I think Rajiv knows this, that I've got to exit for a while to go and get my vaccine. And if I don't go today, I will miss my chance. So I hope, but I will then come back.
All right.
Okay. I think
best wishes. You just have to do the needful.
Yes, Ian will take over, so it's not a problem because Glenda is not really giving a talk.
Yeah,
she's just
I will finish my session, so mine will be late when I just exit, but I'll be keeping track on the cell.
Yeah. Okay.
That's fine.
Yes. Okay then, and I also will leave just for 30 minutes at 11:15, but I'll be back by 11:15 because I have to go and pick up my son, and because they are closing their school this morning a bit early, so I have to go and pick him up because I pick him up and drop him every day. So I dropped him this morning at 7 o'clock. And yeah, so it's just for 30 minutes. I will that will be at about 11:15, and I'll be back by 11:15.
That's fine. We all will be all right. The team will do our best, and we will be fine.
So Rania,
and just to note, we are about 3 minutes from the start time. We are starting just on time. Those who are joining in later will just find us started. We just start on the dot so that at least we free up time. At least we have a reasonable number we have entered in. And just to check if everyone had access to be able to mute and unmute themselves, and are we all fine?
Yeah. So Rania, how was your leadership workshop?
It was great. It was great. Tandy and Glenda, yes, we all did a very nice
but
job.
You didn't acknowledge me in getting you Tandy and then and Glenda to be part of this whole thing. That was very sad.
Yes, true.
I pushed Tandy into doing it because she at first thought she didn't have enough time. And then she contacted Glenda, so we are all working in the same department.
Yes, I know. We did a very great job. They are asking us to do another one for African women as well next month.
Oh, you must do something for the African men as well.
Yes,
Yeah,
we should.
otherwise there will be a lot of resentment happening. You know, let's say, what is happening? You know, yeah. So yeah, that would be nice as well. But anyway,
Yes.
thanks a lot. I'm glad it went well.
Yes, it went very well. Thank you, Rajiv.
Okay.
Thank you for all the
Okay.
support.
And
Thank you.
your Egyptian meeting is on the which when is it?
11th of April. Don't forget,
And
you have.
yeah. And maybe you can also ask Glenda to give a presentation. Maybe she can also give. She gives a lot of presentations.
Please, please, this would be
Rajiv,
great.
Yeah. It's
don't
all
think I'll
about
be. I don't
all
think I'll
about
be able to by that
yeah,
time.
it's all about networking in Africa. That's what networking is about.
Yes,
It
yes.
is.
It's part. It's one of the AFCC activities as well. You know that?
Correct.
Yes,
Correct.
yes.
Yes.
Okay, Glinda, I will send you the all the information today. Okay, it will be our pleasure.
Don't know if I'll be able to by then. I'll have to get an old presentation, but I will.
Glenda, maybe you can give the presentation you're giving in the point of care conference, you know? Maybe you can give that in the Egyptian conference.
That will be nice.
Yeah.
Okay, I will think about it.
Okay, so we are about to start.
Yeah, it's actually time. Thank you very much, colleagues, and thank you very much to all those who are joining us from all over. We see many African countries represented here already, and even some from beyond Africa. We do not take it for granted for you taking your time to be part of this workshop as we equip and strengthen laboratory practitioners' capacity in the African region. And this is a collaborative effort between the University of Department of Laboratory Diagnostic and Investigative Sciences, the Cape Peninsula University of Technology Department of Biomedical Sciences, and the Stellenbosch University Division of Chemical Pathology, Africa Federation of Clinical Chemistry and Laboratory Medicine, and Empower School of Health. And this is the beginning of many things that will come through, and as we try to strengthen the lab capacity in Africa. So please keep watch. There is much more to come. I'll just say a few words of prayer to open up this session before I hand over to my colleague, Prof. Glenda Davison, who will be responsible for this first session. Dear Lord, we just want to thank you for this time and for the opportunity to equip the scientists in Africa and world over. We pray that this meeting may go well and that all that we intend to do may be achieved, as we intend to ensure that there is ethical laboratory practice in the laboratories. We thank you for this opportunity. Amen. Without taking much of your time, I will hand over to my colleague, Prof. Glenda Davison, who is the head of the Biomedical Science Department at Cape Peninsula University of Technology. She will be our moderator for this session. Glenda, you can take the floor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mashanguro, and thank you, Prof. Erasmus and the organizers for giving me this opportunity to open this meeting. I think ethics is such an important part of our practice. And in South Africa, we recently celebrated Human Rights Day. And I think that made me think how integrated human rights is with good ethical practice, particularly in laboratories, and the responsibility we have as laboratory professionals to carry that out. And so this workshop, I think, addresses so many areas that we probably neglect in our practice. So I would like to wish everybody the best of luck today. The speakers, I'd like to thank every one of them, and also the people that, the delegates who have made the time to attend and to give their time to address to such an important meeting. So with that, I'm going to open the meeting. But before we start and look at all the logistics, I'm just going to hand over quickly to Professor Rajiv Erasmus, who would like to say a few words. Prof. Erasmus, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to all the delegates from all over Africa. As Prof. Glenda said, I'm Prof. Erasmus. I'm the president of the Africa Federation of Clinical Chemistry. And I guess many of you guys who are listening in know me personally and have heard me at many conferences. And I just want to emphasize that the Africa Federation is trying its best to increase the training and capacity and knowledge of lab medicine throughout Africa. And that's one of our aims. And of course, we share it with all the academic departments and universities across Africa. And this is the reason why the Africa Federation of Clinical Chemistry is partnering with different institutions across Africa. So this is one of many webinars that we have planned. As you know, we also conduct conferences. There's a point of care testing conference that's being organized on the 11th of May. And there's a second one, the regional conference of the Africa Federation, that will be organized in Lusaka on the 24th of September later this year. So guys, we are really delighted to have you on this series of webinars. And we hope that you share some of what you have learned with your colleagues. So thank you so much, and over to Glenda.
Thank you, Professor Erasmus. So we are ready to begin our series of talks. But before we do that, I thought I'd just run through the program with everybody and deal with some logistics. So in this first session, which I will be chairing, we've got 4 talks. Each talk is 20 minutes long, and for the speakers, I'm going to be quite strict on time because we really don't want to run over time. And as you near the end of your 20 minutes, I'll just stop my video, put my face on so that you know you've got a minute or 2 left. We've also decided that because all these topics are so interrelated, that we're not going to have questions after each presentation. So we'll go from one to the other, but at the end, the panel will be available for some time to ask questions. The other announcement that I have is that the talk on vaccine procurement by Mr. Ndlovu has unfortunately had to be cancelled due to some urgent business that Mr. Ndlovu has had to undertake. So we will have some time at the end to address questions. And then after the first 4, at 25 minutes past 10, there will be a 10-minute tea break before we continue with the second session, which will be chaired by Dr. Mashanguru from the University of Zimbabwe. So if we are all ready to go, and I'm just seeing the time is coming up to 9 o'clock now. We're a little bit early, so I don't know, Dr. Mangura, if you'd like to wait a few minutes or if you would like to begin. We're almost at 9 o'clock. I think we've sort of been quite quick. And I think we can go ahead. So that's fine. So I am going to introduce the first speaker, Dr. Ian Mashanguru. He's from the University of Zimbabwe, and he, in fact, has a PhD in public practice, public health, and he will be addressing the first topic of today, which I think is so relevant to ethics, and that is about the law and how the law integrates with laboratory practice. So without any ado, Dr. Mashanguru, would you like to take the floor and take us through the subject? Thank you.
All right. Good morning. I just want to share with you on the law in lab practice. Is it a friend or a foe? As indicated, my name is Ian Machingura. I'm from University of Zimbabwe, Department of Laboratory Diagnostic and Investigative Sciences. I like the definition that was given by Njiri on the law. Law is a science that has obtained social validity and governs any member of that particular society to whom it is directed to, upon consideration of the concerns of the society. And this definition is based on that the law is a social science. It governs how we relate in society. It comes into force after being validated. There has to be the legislator which validates the law. And it deals with concern that has arisen from the society. When there are issues that has arisen from the society, the law does deal with it. And it imposes sanctions when, whether expressed or implied, whether giving a ruling which allows someone to be fined or to be put in jail. So as scientists, there are issues that also affect us with regards to the law. And you find that the law and medical ethics are disciplines which have frequent overlap. Yet each discipline has unique parameters and distinct focus. And you see that the law they establish social rules for conduct, how we conduct ourselves. And the violation of the law may create a criminal or a civil liability. And it's important to note that there are distinctions between the law and medical ethics in terms of philosophy, function, and power. A court ruling is a binding decision that determines the outcome of a particular controversy, a particular case. The judges, the magistrate, they give a ruling. A statute or administrative code sets a general standard of conduct. These are written down and which needs to be adhered to the rules by the legislators. They are compiled and people have to adhere to them. And if they don't adhere to them, civil or criminal consequences may follow a breach of this standard. However, it's important to note that an ethic pronouncement which is not adopted into law may be a significant professional moral guidepost, but it is generally unenforceable until it has been enshrined into the law. Lawmakers, our courts, and the legislators frequently do tend to policy statements of the professional organizations when they are making laws affecting the profession. So you find that us as medical practitioners in the lab, we do affect or we do take part in creating professional ethics standards, which some would find its way into being the law. Good ethics has been described as the beginning of where the law ends. The moral conscience is the precursor to the development of legal rules for social conduct. The law and medical ethics, they share the common goal of creating and maintaining social good, and they have a symbiotic relationship. And you find there are issues that affect us as professionals in the lab. The general issues like It's unlawful for any person to practice without a valid or unrevoked license issued by a regulatory body, so that we protect the public from anyone who purports to be a lab scientist, a lab technologist, from operating and working on patient samples. And a person has to complete a approved board exam, which is allows them to be granted to practice. It may be a university exam, a college exam, in order for them to be allowed to practice. You find there are students who work in the lab as part of their learning process. They are also covered. They get provisional practicing certificate in order to practice as in the lab, and they have to work under direct supervision of an experienced medical laboratory scientist or a technologist. And this covers them. If an issue comes into play and the medical laboratory scientist or a technologist who has oversight of them has absolute responsibility. So if students are left on their own and they do things that result in something that affects the patient, you as the medical laboratory scientist or a technologist, you are responsible for what has happened. And the student would who has is under your authority. Any contravention of regulation that are put together by the regulatory authorities results in an improper or disgraceful conduct. And it's important to know that medical laboratory scientists, technologists should not hold themselves as person by training and experience are professionally qualified to diagnose and treat diseases in men and in animals. You may know what's happening, you may know the pathology, what's happening. If you're a medical laboratory scientist or a technologist, you are not allowed to diagnose or treat disease. But note there is exceptions. We have our colleagues who are clinicians who work in the lab, for example, histopathologists, hematologists, some who are clinical, they can diagnose and treat diseases. These are an exception. But ordinary medical laboratory scientists, if you now purport to diagnose and treat disease, you are setting yourself up for disaster. And as a medical laboratory scientist or a technologist, you must not knowingly accept or assist in obtaining or report any specimen for the purpose of diagnosis or treatment of disease, or make any investigation for these purposes, unless the diagnosis or treatment is to be performed by a person who is a registered medical dental practitioner. And it's also not allowed to advertise directly or indirectly or associate yourself in any way with any advertisement for the purpose of obtaining specimen for laboratory investigations. Imagine everyone is advertising to say, get sick, we'll make money out of you. It's immoral. And you shall not knowingly falsify or suppress a report of any laboratory investigation with which you may be concerned with. A famous case is Annie Dockham of 2013, whereby this lady who was a chemist falsified and also forged signatures of colleagues, resulting in 21,000 drug tests being dropped because they were erroneous. And that's massive. Imagine the impact that happens to those 21,000 families. Maybe these are breadwinners who are wrongly accused and they find themselves in jail for things that they haven't committed. That's the same way. What of an investigation? If that determines the treatment of an individual, what treatment would they be given if you give a wrong test result? And you must not divulge either orally or in writing any information concerning a patient which ought not to be divulged. You come across confidential information, people who are sick, some who you know, some who might be famous, some who are less famous. And the temptation is to talk about them, but you are not allowed. And you will find yourself in the court of law if they do report you, and you'll be charged for that. You must not permit the names or your photographs to be used in the context of the profession for any commercial advertisement, whereby you are endorsing other manufacturers and not endorsing others. And it's an immoral. What of the others who are not who you are not endorsing, and you are a guru in the medical lab sciences? So it also raises those ethical issues. And as a medical laboratory scientist or a technologist, you must not work in partnership with or in the employment of or further the business of any person who is not registered. So the temptation is people want to make money, and people who are not registered rope you in as a scientist, and if their practice is not registered, you are creating a crime. You are committing a crime. And even taking or allowing someone who is not registered to work in your practice, even though it's a registered practice and you have a registered medical laboratory, and if that person is not registered and you are allowing them to work on patient sample, you are creating a crime for yourself. You must not perform any laboratory procedure or other professional act for which you are inadequately trained or insufficiently experienced, except in emergency. Know the limit of your technical ability. Do not try to do what is beyond you. And if you do that, the court of law will also find you on the wrong, unless it's in an emergency. And there was a case actually that happened whereby Adams sued Laboratory Corp of America in 2014 over wrong diagnosis of a pap smear of the wife, and indicating that if this pap smear was done properly, they could have had the cancer diagnosed early and had got treatment. Even though they didn't win the case, but it raises this issue to you to say patients can sue you as a laboratory practitioner and as a lab and a laboratory practitioner for your incompetence, and that can result in you carrying a legal fine. And you shall not prevent any member of the regulatory body or the body or the employee acting on its behalf from carrying out its duties. Because what happens most times, these people who come are colleagues. You know them. Sometimes it's even your junior, and you feel that you can intimidate them and prevent them even from inspecting your premises. But when they are coming on behalf of a regulatory body, they carry the authority. And if you prevent them from doing their duty, you are actually committing a crime, and you can actually go to jail. And as a medical laboratory scientist or a technologist, you must comply to all notices or directions that is given by the regulatory body. If you don't comply to those directions or notices that they give you, and you ignore them, you can be liable to for a criminal offense. And for example, they may say, let's close your practice, and you insist you want your practice to continue functioning, and against their will, and you want to make money. That's a criminal offense, and you can find yourself going to jail for that. The law, as you have seen in this discussion, it protects the public from laboratory scientists, laboratory technologists who are errant, some who do things that would affect the patients, and hence patients do come trusting and believing because they see you smartly dressed, your practice is smart, they trust that you will be able to offer the service that a laboratory scientist or a laboratory scientist practice is able to offer. And it also protects you as the healthcare worker from the employers who can be sometimes unreasonable. So you are protected as well from those unscrupulous employers. And it's important to note that approximately over 70% of medical diagnoses are based on laboratory test results. This is according to the Royal College of Pathologists. And imagine that these are improperly done. The diagnosis and treatment would be less effective, and hence patients will suffer more. Sometimes it will take longer for their diagnosis to come through, as the clinicians would sometimes have to try a few things whilst you have given them a wrong result. And this has become very important also, even with pandemics. For example, in the COVID-19 pandemic, I know my colleague, Prof. Matarira, will go to length and talk about COVID-19 and ethics. But if you give a wrong result, if you give a fake COVID certificate, and let's say there are only 20 people who are positive, who have been given fake COVID certificates, they come into a contact with each at least 5. And if they infect those 5 people may infect other 5 people. And this would be a big cascade. So let's uphold the reputation of our profession. Let's do the right thing all the time, no matter how much the temptation is to do the wrong thing and benefit. Ignorance of the law is not a defense. I rest my case. Thank you very much. Over to you, Prof. Davison. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Machangura, for that very informative talk, and something we as lab practitioners should all know. And it's so good to be reminded of our responsibility. And thank you for a very to the point talk, because we are well within time. And the next speaker is Prof. Erasmus, who has already introduced himself, and he's going to talk about a very interesting topic, which is ethical leadership. Because as we grow in our careers and we become the future leaders, I think we have an even more responsibility to be mentors to junior staff and put across that ethical leadership. So I am not going to say more, but I'm going to hand over to Prof. Erasmus to tell us more about this very interesting topic. So over to you, Prof. Erasmus.
Thank you very much, Prof. Davidson. Indeed, it's a great pleasure for me to give this talk on behalf of the Africa Federation of Clinical Chemistry. And indeed, what Dr. Machingura has said, that ethics is all about doing things in the right way. So everything depends on us, that we ensure that the results that we produce are accurate, and that very much depends on what processes are being carried out in the lab. And it's all about good ethical practice. But very often this depends on good ethical leadership in the lab. And so does it happen in families and in countries and not just in labs. So it's all about doing the right thing. I don't know why it's not going through. Okay, so I'm going to be talking on the principles of ethical leadership and behavior, and then I will move on to the components of ethical leadership. And finally, I would relate this to ethical leadership in the lab. So I will begin by talking on one of the biggest scandals that happened in the lab, and this was the Theranos diagnostic test scandal, which really is an example of poor leadership ethics. Some of you might know about this company called Theranos, but this was a company that was formed by a very young lady called Elizabeth Holmes, and she was a 25-year-old dropout who became a billionaire overnight. And in 2014, she started this company, Theranos, which was a blood testing startup company, which claimed to be able to perform hundreds of tests. In fact, the number was put at over 240 tests with just a single pinprick of blood. And of course, this was big news, and many investors rushed in. And then what later transpired was that an investigative journalist then found out that the CEO repeatedly lied to board members and used technology that repeatedly failed quality assurance tests. In fact, her company, over a period of 2 years, was sending out results to real patients that were fundamentally incorrect. And as the previous speaker said, this could have a big impact on medical decisions. And so she was taken to court in 2018, and some of those cases are still, and the case is still outstanding. In fact, I just went on the internet, and Elizabeth is supposed to appear in court regarding the fraud that she committed. So what is ethics? It's simply is going beyond what is legal and doing what is right, even when no one is looking. So it's critical that we don't just think legally, but actually look inwards as to what is the right thing to do. Ethical leadership is about acting and leading ethically over time, all the time. It's really the way a leader behaves to empower his staff so that it can build up our civil society. And essentially, it is determined by two main elements. The first one is visible. In other words, what the leader says and what he does, or it's expressed by his or her actions. And the second one is invisible. In other words, what does that leader stand for? What is the character of that leader? And what are the basic values and principles of that leader? So ethical behavior, in a sense, arises deep from within us. And that applies to the leader as well. It is, as I said, adhering to core values, and these are a set of core beliefs as to how we should or ought to behave in a broad range of situations. And one of the very important things for a leader is that that leader must show concern for his or her team. And members of a great team do things for the members of the group. and they thus have what we call as we intentions. And this is one of the core things that a leader must always promote. It's not about himself or herself, but it's about the team. And lastly, the leader must also stand up for what is right for others. So, in fact, ethical behavior by a leader means caring for his or her team. Ethical leaders, in many ways, are in fact moral managers. Um, so they serve as role models for ethical conduct, and indeed, they also influence others towards making the right ethical decisions. One of the things that has come out very, very important has become an important issue is that leaders must take cultural sensitivity into their decisions. And you can see this is happening more and more in the way we conduct our business. Leaders are also supposed to be responsible and accountable for their actions, and they must always examine their leadership style. One of the key qualities that a leader must promote is promoting quality performance in the lab, for example, and at all times pursuing excellence in their environment. Um, Sorry for that. I just have to go back. Um, yeah. So why should we be practicing what we term as ethical leadership? It is because it brings trust, credibility, and respect, not just for you as the leader, but for the organization as well. It also brings your workplace or organization, it gives you a competitive advantage over others if people believe in you. And it can also lead to collaboration between other departments and other institutions as well as organizations. And it's no doubt it creates a good climate within the organization. So there are essentially 5 principles of ethical leadership. They include respecting your colleagues, serving your colleagues in your environment or lab, showing justice to everyone, and being doing everything in an honest way. And very importantly, a leader builds up his department or unit or institution or even his country. So, in a survey that was carried out on business leaders, it was really shocking to note that only 37% of the leaders who were surveyed said that um, conducting their business was not just about being legally compliant, but also engaging in socially responsible activities. And 45% said that it was only about conducting their business in a legal fashion. So it's very clear that when we are in a position of leadership, we are not just talking about the business, but also looking at how we can promote social activities and be accountable and responsible for promoting those activities. So, coming back to those basic ethical principles, what do we mean, especially in the lab environment, by saying respect for persons? So, one of the things that we refer to is termed as autonomy, which is defined as the capacity of an individual to think and decide independently as far as possible to what happens to them. So we don't decide for them. They have to decide for themselves. So this means in the hospital environment that the patient or surrogate must provide consent for any procedure or any medical test that that person might come to in the hospital. And this is critical, that we ensure that consent is provided to by whoever comes to the hospital for any type of care they might want to come to the hospital or lab for. And the second thing is that we need to ensure that there is protection of non-autonomous persons. In other words, people who, in a sense, cannot make a decision for themselves, such as newborn babies, the elderly, students, prisoners, and so on. And in this regard, all sick or disabled persons are also regarded as vulnerable people. So there's also the second concept is that of beneficence, and this means that the health provider or leader in the health institution should always act in the best interest of the patient. In other words, you want to do good to others to help and to give care. So in the lab environment, we need to ensure that the patient gets a correct result all the time, that all quality procedures are followed, and we also need to ensure kind attitude to any patient that that we come across. And then we have the principle of what is called as non-maleficence. And what this simply means is that we do no harm. So we must not harm our fellow human beings. In the lab, this could mean not harming the patient when taking blood samples, not making mistakes when analyzing the samples, always taking care that the patient is identified in order to avoid samples getting mixed up. And very importantly, realizing that that sample is a patient and it should be therefore treated as such in the lab environment, even though we can't see the patient. Justice means equal opportunities for every patient with respect to diagnosis and treatment, no differential treatment or discrimination based on sex, color, religion, sexuality, social class must be observed. And this is becoming a very, very critical issue. Some of you guys must know about the Tuskegee incidents that happened many, many years ago in the US, where a certain group of people were not given the right treatment and were used for medical research. And from many of these incidences, the whole concept of medical ethics has been born. So what does this mean in the lab? It means that we need to keep one's place in the queue. The more sick persons should be helped before the less sick persons. So these are important concepts that we need to observe. And then ethical leaders need to provide what we term as stewardship. That's a belief that leaders are accountable to others as well as to the organization and not to themselves. They must oppose unethical behavior. They mustn't control others. They must provide opportunities for others to gain materially or emotionally. And they must learn to forgive. This is a very, very important concept, because when you forgive, you can then forget. And it is for us to forgive first, then to ask forgiveness from others. And as Nelson Mandela said, we must welcome failure and learn from it. So leaders must also encourage what is termed as whistleblowing. In other words, we must encourage employees to disclose any illegal, immoral, unethical practices in the organization. And a good example of it is that of Jeffrey Wigan, who revealed that tobacco companies were fully aware of the harmful health effects and addictive nature of smoking cigarettes. You must also remember the Enron scandal. In fact, that company went bust about 10 years ago and went into debt. And it followed the whistleblowing of its vice president, Sharon Watkins, who helped expose the huge accounting fraud at Enron more than 10 years ago. So how do we maintain ethical leadership? We acknowledge good behavior and listen to staff. We always consider the entire department when a decision has to be made. And a leader should always work with their staff and develop trust in them and also with them. And ethics, or the concept of ethics, should be discussed openly. Again, in a survey that was carried out, it was found out that many professionals felt that only 72% of their leaders listen to what they say, and another 66% said that their leaders have their best interests in mind. So ethical code of conduct has also been emphasized by various professional organizations such as the CLSI, the IFCC, and AACC. And all of them say that we must conduct our lab business in an ethical manner. We must support quality and maintain compliance with codes of professional conduct, as was mentioned by the last speaker. We must maintain confidentiality of patient information, and we must also ensure that our staff undergo continuous professional development. We must also declare errors, and indeed, leaders should also openly declare any conflict of interest that may adversely affect the quality of work in the lab. So ethical leaders should, as has been pointed out earlier, promote quality and accountability to ethical practice in all aspects of their work in the lab environment. We've already talked about continuous improvement, and they must also have risk management in place so that errors can be prevented. So there is no doubt that leadership and good lab ethics go hand in hand, because a lab should report only sample results which meet all compliance criteria and are deemed to be accurate. For labs, quality is about providing safe, effective, and timely services to local patient populations. And we've already talked about addressing medical errors, but another area that lab leaders should put their attention to is the use of lab tests. They must be used judicially, they must be interpreted correctly, and there must be no misuse of lab tests for professional or personal or business gains. You know that some labs have been accused for encouraging increased testing so that they can materially benefit from excessive testing. So in conclusion, I will just want to summarize who is an ethical leader. We can divide it into two: personal traits and professional conducts. As far as personal traits are concerned, a leader should be committed to a set of principles. The leader should be honest. He or she must have concern for others. And as far as professional conduct is concerned, leaders must work with an ethics agenda. They must be good communicators, and they must actively work to reward others or to hold people accountable. Thank you so much for listening to this talk and for your patience.
Thank you very much, Prof. Erasmus, for an excellent talk that has certainly made me think of the huge responsibility in being a leader, whether it be in a lab or in an academic department. And I think this goes beyond even lab managers, but into trainers in a laboratory and to all of us who practice laboratory medicine. And I really thank you for highlighting those important qualities that we should all strive to do and to be. So we are well on time, but I think we can start moving to the next speaker, who is Professor Okasina from Nigeria, the Department of Chemical Pathology and Immunology. And he's going to speak about a topic that I think is relevant to all of us in academics, and that is the role of research ethics committee. So many of us hate ethics committees because they delay our research and put the timelines behind, but they are probably one of the most important parts of doing research. And so I welcome Professor Okasina, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name, and I'm going to hand over to you to tell us the importance of the research ethics committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Blenda. I will share the screen. Sorry, I want to say. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes, we can very clearly. Thank you very much. You can proceed.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, my topic is on research ethics committee in laboratory medicine. And I'm happy that the two speakers actually have discussed many, giving us certain information with regard to ethics. And it's like I will be flying over areas that I know they have actually explained to us in the previous two talks. So, and ethics refers to a branch of knowledge that deals with moral principles. And ethics in broad terms refers to issues involved in the consideration of effect of our action on individuals that may be affected by our action. So ethical questions have increased in the lab, in complexity in the laboratory because of increase in medical practice, as well as laboratory medicine is not the exception. So issue of ethics actually increasing, and we'll also discuss it into details and make sure we put in place guidelines to protect our clients, I mean, participants for research, our patients, and the rest of them. So principle of ethics, regard to rules and norms, can be related to laboratory medicine just as applicable to works of life. And because the laws were described by the first speaker, and Professor Erasmus also discussed about the principles of ethics. So lab medicine has three major activities, namely self-delivery, practice, the patient and the practice of the profession, then training and research. That's advancement in knowledge of whatever we are doing to make it better. These activities are supposed to provide for humanity improvement in health status of individuals and better treatment for diseases. So when human subjects are involved, it is important that certain roles and guidelines are put in place for researchers to follow so as to protect the interests of participants, but also the researchers when dangerous materials are to be used, which may be biological or physical. So research ethics committees now in lab medicine are to make sure that rules are obeyed by researchers. There are some ethical issues peculiar to therapeutic medicine. Therefore, there's a need for us to put in place this important committee whose activities will be tailored towards addressing these peculiar issues. In setting up this committee, certain criteria in the structure need to be put in place, and also they must operate under a defined guidelines, which also they will have to follow. And this also will provide uniformity, so that any times they are working in different parts of the world, they have a particular guideline that protects and provide a level of operation. So I want to borrow idea from the paper of Lamis Beshra, in EJCC, this journal of IFCC. So he listed some of the issues that when you want to constitute membership of REC, that is a Research Ethical Committee, he listed certain issues which are put across. First, it says there should be at least 5 members, of course, it can be more, of varying backgrounds and with equal gender opportunities. Also, at least there must be 1 scientific officer and 1 non-scientific officer, and also affiliated member. And also, to be open, the chair should not be a member of the institution. The members should have adequate experience and expertise to safeguard subjects' rights and welfare. The area of expertise should include research methodology, ethics and law, regulations, institutional commitments and professional standards, as well as content expertise in different fields of biomedical research. And bias should be avoided in the choosing this committee. At least a member of knowledgeable in the research and vulnerable groups, that's those who are not really able to help themselves. So we need to actually give the extra attention in whatever we do to them. Also, members should declare conflict of interest, not only when they are being appointed, or even also when there are issues being discussed. So if there's any proposal or whatever they are working on, and if you have a special interest, you must let the committee know so that it can be excused and prevent bias in action. Also, there must be ad hoc experts or independent consultants that could be consulted whenever there's need for a committee to combine, and they need somebody else who is more knowledgeable in that particular area to make input and assist them in
Professor Okasina.
So let's more discuss the Belmont recovery. This. Hello? Hello,
No,
I'm not hearing you.
No, we can hear you now. We just lost you for a second. Thank you.
Hello? Hello, Blenda?
Yes,
Hello?
Hi, Professor Okasina. We can hear you.
Thank you.
I think we lost you for a minute or two, but we can hear you now. So please go ahead.
All right, thank you. So the ethical issues, the Belmont report looks at 3 major areas: respect for persons, beneficence, which also related to the opposite of it, non-maleficence, and also the 3rd one is justice, which Professor Rasmus has actually discussed into details in terms of definition of these various terms. So there are also listed ethical issues that can be encountered by Research Ethical Committee, according to Lyman and Bashir 2020. He listed them as informed consent, one of the most important one, the storage of biological samples, then ownership of properties rights, that is, who keeps the results of research as well as the proper and the substances when they are collected. Then surplus of clinical requirements, the material transfer, the disclosure of research test results. How do you make sure that it does not affect the interest of the participants, that you disclose what you find about them? Some things you didn't tell them you are going to measure, and you discover that a patient has what he or she does not know before. Do you actually externalize it, or you keep it to yourself? And there are this conflict of interest, which has to be defined properly. Also, commercial research and conflict of interest. These are some of the issues that the committee may encounter in terms of handling them. So in order to actually assist the committee to perform their function, they need to define in black and white the way forward in terms of what and what they should do while carrying out their duties. And this is very important because the assignment is very complex, and these guidelines to be established to assist them. In creating these guidelines, local peculiarities should be taken into account, because every laboratory or environment has certain issues that are peculiar to them, and then we need to make sure these are taken care of. So earlier on, Emmanuel has put a publication which also was referred to by Lami, and these are listed in the next slide. These are the issues that has been listed, which can serve to guide the committee, which can make use of them and examine them individually to find out how the proposal meets up with the required value. And these are listed as social values, scientific validity of the work, and fair or subject selection, favorable risk benefits, informed consents, independent review, and respect for human subject. I will delve into these ones because they are very important in terms of this REC, so that they can assist us in deciding what REC should be doing and how they should carry out their duties. When you talk about social value, so REC should look at the proposal that there is clearly defined benefits of the research for the advancement in the laboratory medicine knowledge and community service. So the patient, you cannot use human beings for a research that you are not convinced that it has value to a human being. Or the second one, scientific validity of the work. A research that will involve human subjects must be tested and accepted methodology which is scientifically sound with a useful outcome that is obvious before human beings can be subject to such research. Methodology and data analysis must be valid and feasible with appropriate sampling technique tailored to the realization of the objectives of research. Methods used in laboratories for measurements of analysis are very, very widely. Therefore, REC must have in its composition among the members experts that will be able to verify the validity of any particular method. Therefore, be able to know when to assess it in terms of the research that's being proposed. Number three, the fair subject selection. So proposal must be looking to make sure that the selection of choice of participants should be carried out without bias, with clear inclusion and exclusion criteria. Use of vulnerable population should be done with greatest caution and examined in the proposal to give the necessary protection to the subject by the REC. So use of children
Hello, Prof. Okasina. I think we have lost you again. I wonder if you don't want to close your video, which might make the connection a little bit better. I hope you can hear me.
Okay, so I'm hearing you.
Good. Okay, we can hear you again. Okay, I think we have, Prof. Okasina, we have lost your presentation. I wonder if you can share it again. And I think you are muted because we cannot hear you.
it automatically muted.
There we go. We've got you back again. So perhaps you can just share your presentation once again.
Okay.
And then we can continue.
Thank you for monitoring.
No, don't worry. I think we all suffer from bad connections. So you go ahead. Thank you.
So let me go to number 5, which number 4 is what I'm trying to discuss the favorable risk ratio. That means you want to know, because sometimes there's little risk involved in the participants. So you must make sure the benefits outweigh the risks that will be involved for the individuals. And this is the issue of beneficence, which was discussed when we are looking at principles of ethics. Also, informed consent is part of the autonomy of the individuals. That means the participants must be given the opportunity to decide whether they want to be part of the project or not. Also, independent review. The REC members must not be biased, and they must declare it if there's any suspicion that there's bias in them with regard to a particular decision on any particular proposal. Also, respect for human subjects, which is the 7th one. It's absolutely necessary that the rights of participants are respected throughout the research. Is contributing to this freedom or respect for their intention. Now, any additional aspected information that occurs during research should also be made available to the participant as part of respect for their human nature. So functions of REC. There is this to put in place what will make them function properly as a guide. Quorum requirements, usually there should be more than half of the members of when they're having a meeting to look at a particular issue. Then confidential agreement regarding meetings, applications, information of participants in advance, so they can be doing together. That is on table again. Follow a systematic and ethical framework for review. So approve informed consents and ensure suitability, that the form that was designed is appropriate for the research and for information required for in terms for the participants to sign. Also keep record of all meetings of REC. Also keep adequate records of activities of REC, and they also follow up the research progress to conclusion, and also even the results. Also, in terms of roles of REC, this is what Mary Eckenband put forward in 2012 as his own suggestion for roles. It overlaps what we have discussed, in terms of the functions. So assessing legitimacy or validity of the informed consent process, conducting comprehensive risk-benefit ratio, which is that of beneficence that we have discussed earlier, assess validity of research proposal, ensuring that researchers observe social norms, values and customs and laws that prevail in the community or jurisdiction in which the research is conducted. We said earlier that community members should be part of the REC. So this person will be the one to make sure the research in question takes care of these social norms, values, and customs. And that is why it's very important when you are consulting the committee that you put in mind the essential of putting a committee member who is neither a scientist or whatever to be part of the committee. And also when you make chair not to be part of the institution, it's actually removes bias, because institution also needs to be protected by REC, in which case whatever research is going on through your system does not embarrass you because of the outcome. Finally, monitoring the research project as unfolds and providing an advisory and consultative service to both new and experienced researchers are part of the other functions expected from REC. Then the researchers also needs to be given certain assistance by REC. That means because you are going to examine their submission, so there's need for those who want to submit a proposal to REC to make sure they put in place to know what REC will be looking for. And therefore, they will package all this into their proposal for the work so that they can be successful, because it can affect the morale, especially young researchers, if every time they put up proposal for research, REC is their roadblock that frustrates them. So there's need for REC to advertise the principal things they will be looking for and how the researchers can meet up to such need. In which case, they must understand regulation in reference to biological samples and laboratory medicine. Then they must also understand the components of the informed consent form in biological sample research, and most important in genetics one, and also biobanking and what have you. So what are the principles that will affect the outcome of your proposal if you put in place information? Because you have not started anything, you are just trying to put across things you want to do and submit to REC to assess. So we need to make sure we give them enough background so that whatever they put across to the REC will be successful. Also, plan to inform the participants. That means you must state in your proposal that you plan to inform as much as possible about the risks and their specimens, what it will be used for, and both now and in the future. And also plan to return incidental findings to inform them of whatever unexpected information that may arise during the course of the research. And those are the things that will be useful. Also, we need to have research protocol and informed consent forms reviewed and approved by REC. They need to know that the REC will examine their form, consent form critically, to make sure it satisfies the need, the norm of biological specimen research. So they need to know this beforehand so that they can put in place and will seek advice of seniors to make sure they meet up with requirements of NEC. Also, plan to always maintain confidentiality during the course of their research. That means not only at the end, at the result end, but even during the process of producing results and collecting data, and now providing information and result and analysis. They need to be to actually indicate the determination or willingness to provide confidentiality of information, so as to protect the interest of the participants. Also, they need to understand when waiver will be possible. When waiver will be possible by REC in terms of obtaining consent for use of certain specimens. Because sometimes when the REC is asking about a bank specimens that they have a blind way to prevent ownership, then maybe those are areas when REC may need to waive consent, because sometimes there are research that are ongoing that you are not even sure the extent which you will go in terms of making use of the banked or stored specimen. So those areas, they need to know the line between when it will be possible for REC to agree on waiver and when they are not likely to agree on waiver, so that they can put in place a strategy to make a success of their application. So by this, my last slide, and I wait for during the discussion time to put in more information with regard to this issue. Thank you very much for listening. I'm sorry for the network fluctuations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Okasina, and for managing those network disruptions so professionally and well. I know what it is like. You get so stressed, and yet you managed it in a calm manner and still managed to give a very clear presentation. And I think it's highlighted so many points for us as researchers. And I think as I was listening to you, I thought we need to discuss this more with our students. And the role and the importance of ethics committees. So I certainly look forward to the discussion later on. And thank you very much for a very interesting talk. So we now, we are
Thank you.
still managing time very well, and we're going into the last talk of this morning session before tea. And this is going to be given by Dr. Sumaida Sani. And here we're looking at a different aspect. We're looking actually at industry and their role in the medical ethics. And I think the message I've got from this first session is that these medical ethics and human rights goes through all aspects of lab medicine and business. And so I would sincerely like to welcome Dr. Sani and allow her to share her screen and to take us through a talk. So Dr. Okasina, could you stop sharing your screen, and then I'm going to ask Dr. Sani to then share her presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Davison, Glenda. Thank you very much. And I am just going to verify that you can see my screen and share my slide set. If you could kindly confirm that you can see my slides.
Yes, we can.
Dr. Sani, we can see your slide very clearly. Thank you. Go ahead.
And well, maybe I should have also start my video. All right, so you can, I'm sorry, it's a little dark, but, and it's daytime. So not that I'm in a time zone that is on the other side of where you are. I'm not very far away. I'm based in the United Arab Emirates. So thank you very, very much. And at the outset, I would like to express that I feel incredibly privileged to join this forum. And I am very, very grateful to the organizers, to the University of Zimbabwe, Department of Lab Diagnostics and Investigative Sciences, and the AFCC and Lab Medicine and Empower School of Health for inviting me to participate in this really important panel, and which very often seems to most people in the diagnostic industry to be so theoretical. And the only thing that they really take home from discussions generally are aspects like informed consent and doing clinical research in an ethical manner and talking about funding, grants, educational support that may actually be exchanged between the industry and healthcare organizations and healthcare professionals. Well, right at the start, in fact, I want to thank all the preceding speakers for creating my ground very well. I do not have to cover the same ground. By now, we are completely clear that ethics in healthcare are built around the four main pillars or the principles that Professor Erasmus spoke of. And there are different connotations to each one of these across healthcare. But when we come to the area of lab medicine, it really translates into very, very specifically considerations related to clinical lab diagnostics. And that is what my focus is going to be for today. It is very, very wide. And what I felt was that I really want to make this a very practical discussion, a practical contribution, so that it can be applied, it can be implemented across the settings of clinical laboratories and also by the industry in a manner of speaking. I am a passionate lab medicine professional, and I've been on both sides of the line, both in healthcare delivery as well as in the industry. And I know that we cannot do without each other at all. And it is best to find the greatest and the best way, the most beneficial way to work together. So the scope of my presentation today, I'm just going to touch very briefly on the background because my predecessors have already done that. We'll look at the drivers of ethics in the medical lab industry. We're going to just speak about what is the code of ethics, and particularly it is about ethical business practices, then understanding the industry lab interface. What really is that interface? As I said, I want to translate this into implementable understandings and give you some real examples from the real world and recommendations for improvement. And at this point, I must tell you that I have no conflicts of interest, and any reference that I may make to real life situations are not meant to highlight either any specific industry player or a specific healthcare setting. So bear with me, please, as I share the insights that I've gleaned over the last 3 decades of working, or more in fact, of working in the healthcare industry. So what are ethics as related to the field of clinical lab diagnosis? We've heard about ethical leadership, very, very amazing insights from Professor Erasmus about the law, from Dr. Ian. We've now heard from Professor Okesina about research. And therefore, if I tell you that there are 4 main headings or categories under which we can consider ethics in lab medicine, they are in product development, which they're primarily related to R&D, innovations, manufacturing, which means really, is there a reason for developing a product? Is there an innovation? Like, okay, you can have many players or many people, and we all hear about, you know, the copycats who come in and they make something cheaper because they have access to more economical resources and so on and so forth. But I'm talking about the real R&D, where there is a real commitment to creating something that has an added benefit, added advantage, added feature, which is going to deliver value ultimately, not because it looks gimmicky and looks smart. And I'm sure if you think about it, you will remember, or you will realize that I'm telling you something that is a fact. Someone comes out with something that looks, you know, a fantastic dashboard and, you know, lots of colored flashing lights and something beeping, and you get distracted with that. But is it really delivering the value? Is it really making that things better for the user of that technology? Or is it you're giving some added advantage for the patient diagnosis? So that's about product development. Regulatory approvals, and we all know that. We've heard so much about it in the last 1 year, and I'm not going to get into the politics of it at all. But, you know, there are some things which are related to whether a product is good enough and can be introduced for use to the general community, to the healthcare community. And there are strict regulation. We all know about it. There are global bodies that are universally accepted, and there are country level regulatory approvals, and we all know that. So up to this point, in fact, we are looking at things that don't directly impact the healthcare organization or the healthcare setting in the manner that when we come down to thinking about the relationship with healthcare organizations and healthcare professionals, now we are really talking about the aspects that become completely visible to healthcare professionals. And this is about sponsorship, educational grants, charitable donations. And we all have heard enough, I'm sure, in the past and until very recent years about, you know, families that were being taken to a particular conference venue, supported by somebody from the industry, taken out on sightseeing tours and so on and so forth, or someone receiving an educational grant, someone getting even, you know, access to courses and so on. And there have been global standards for healthcare professionals that came in very strongly to actually address this area. And I did look up where were we in terms of meeting the objectives which were spelled out through the global standards. And frankly, even in Europe and in USA, they said we haven't yet got there. But the fact is that when there is a conscience and there is a consciousness, we are getting there. The last one is something that you may not have heard of very commonly, and that is value-based procurement. And really, if you allow me, I am going to really focus largely on this last part, because this actually translates into actions which have a potential for huge impact, huge economic impact, huge patient safety impact, and overall in terms of productivity, efficiency, etc., for the clinical laboratory that is making certain decisions. Now, worldwide drivers of ethics in the medical technology industry, I'm not going to go into specific names, but you know, there are overarching bodies who try and spell out the right things, the WHO, the World Economic Forum, and we've heard a lot about the WHO, the CDC, and what's been happening in the past 1 year. So, well, these circumstances have been unusual, but they try and do their jobs. And then there are regional bodies and there are national bodies. The larger countries, or the ones that are very visible among the developed and the developing nations, have their own national bodies. Then there is something like the CDRH, which is associated with the US FDA. There's MedTech Canada, there's MedTech Europe. Almost each and every one, in, for example, in Argentina and Brazil, in China, and where in India, there are MedTech ethics committees that try and spell out what is ethical business practice. And overall, there is a global framework, or an attempt to put in a global framework with efforts to harmonize, not just in the design of the devices, etc., but also that the code of ethics are echoed similarly, because you can't have one set in one area and a completely different set. I mean, I'm just remembering an example from the world of accreditation, and right at the beginning, when I got my first lab accredited by the College of American Pathologists and by the National Accreditation Board, then there were sets of standards, and then another body, accrediting body, spoke about another standard. So how could it be? And then there was the emergence of the ISO 17025 being the key area to focus on, and then 15189, and then you knew that you were talking the same language. So that is the importance of having a global framework which tries to bring these together. So the code of ethical business practice, the key focus until more recently, as I already mentioned, were two main themes: to maintain a clear separation of sales activities and personnel, so no undue influence, etc., no money changing hands, no one getting odd kind of support, etc. And the other aspect was ensuring that interactions are commercially reasonable, both in terms of purpose and compensation. But again, over here, it was about the free products being given, what was included in the demonstration pack, and so on. But the third theme is what we are now seeing as a wind of change. The MedTech Europe, I think everyone is familiar. I'm not going to tell you more. It is the body that really spells out the business practice ethics that are relevant in our part of the world, and I'm sure all of us adopt them to a greater or lesser extent. And I just want to talk about two more recent milestones, that on the 1st of January 2018, the new MedTech Europe Code of Ethical Business Practice came into effect. But what happened in 2019 and 2020 was that three organizations came together: the EHPPA, the EU REGHA, and the MedTech Europe. And EHPPA is the European Healthcare Public Procurement Alliance, which is made up of non-profit organizations that have come together to try and drive the right approach and values in the procurement by certain organizations and by public health bodies and so on. So these two, in fact, these two conferences have set the ball rolling to bring a focus on what exactly is happening at the lab industry interface. And this is where value-based procurement really adds huge value to the area of ethics. I'm going to read out this definition or this statement that was made by the Vice President of Value-Based Procurement during the second conference. Value-based procurement is a new way of thinking about procurement. To foster trust for this new approach and open dialogue between the suppliers and the healthcare sector is key. Dialogue is a win-win situation. It will contribute to develop the market. It will help develop the suppliers and public procurers, and the results will be a better fit with the clinicians and ultimately the patient. So the main thing, the main factor or focus here is better fit. And I'm going to highlight what I mean. We are talking about MedTech Europe, and on the US side, there's AdvaMed that has also spelled out all the aspects of their revised code. If I can point out that till we come to the line that's in red, they are very similar to what they were. They've just been elaborated and so on. There's gifts, entertainment, and so on. The last one, if you will read that, is company representatives providing technical support in the clinical setting. So even this, which does relate to what is company support conveying to a potential user or purchaser, it relates more to what they are doing in that setting. Are they providing the support? Is it within the boundaries? Is it cost effective, etc.? But actually, it starts with the understanding of what is required by the customer. Now, I'm going to state two very clear, in fact, 4 very clear facts, 2 related to the industry and 2 related to the healthcare provider. These are irrefutable. What is the objective of the industry, the primary objective? To produce, supply, and support instruments and devices for clinical lab diagnosis. And we all know that evidence by clinical labs is to the tune of 70% or more. So it's really, really critical. And these companies are very, very important. Without them, we would not be able to achieve the correct diagnosis for patients. So that is the primary focus. But it is also true that industry must maintain and grow a customer base and product usage to remain sustainable. You can have great products, great quality, great everything, but if sustainability is not maintained, you're going to lose those great products. They'll get off the market and they will not be available because a well-meaning, well-intending industry or company will just not be able to maintain. So there has to be an equivalence there, an equilibrium there. There has to be a level of profitability, and this is commercial. And being commercial is not a bad word at all. The best industries have to remain sustainable. So the facts on the healthcare provider side: to provide quality results of lab tests to physicians and patients that are accurate and timely. And Professor Erasmus did speak about it. And the second thing is to maintain continuity, efficiency, and economy of service within its setup while driving their diagnostic agenda. So now here I come to something that was highlighted by an individual called Joseph Juran, who was born in 1904. So whereas we acknowledge Hippocrates, who was born in 460 BC, Greek physician who actually started enunciating ethics in medicine or medical ethics, we have this gentleman who's an engineer, who was an engineer. I think he passed away in 2008 or a little before that. He, in fact, spelt out how you could translate quality into objective elements which allowed decision making on the part of a healthcare provider or a clinical lab. And one of the fundamental facts is that managers and workers speak the language of things. And as lab professionals, we often forget that everything is tagged to money. Somebody is going to be paying for that. Either the healthcare organization is going to be paying, or the patient is going to be paying, or the company is going to be paying, but there is money that's going to be very important to consider. So if managers speak about things, about the benefits, about great things to have, it's the senior leaders who speak the language of money. And there is a concept called the cost of poor quality, which actually allows us to translate those things into money. And again, it's not a bad word. If you don't scrutinize, if you don't look at it, you don't know. So there is a concept, and I'm sure a lot of people in the lab medicine industry do know this, that there's a total cost of quality, which actually is the sum of what is done in terms of prevention, appraisal of the solution, internal failures and external failures, which contribute to total cost of quality. And out of these, if there is something that is chosen or an option is taken which actually results in poor quality, it is going to create a cost. If you see the last statement here, the actual cost minus the minimum cost to deliver that particular service or provide that procedure is actually cost of poor quality. Now look at this, and for these we have to thank the Juran Institute for these beautiful slides and acknowledge them. The cost of poor quality, you can see the tip of the iceberg. That's the only thing that really comes to mind, even when anyone is doing a root cause analysis or scrutinizing a situation which is not exactly favorable for the institution, or even if there is a dialogue going on with the provider or with the supplier of the instrument or device. You know, you're talking about the waste, the rejections, the training costs that are involved, then customer returns that may happen, inspection costs and the recalls that happen. People are only thinking about that. But the larger part of the cost of poor quality is invisible. So unless someone is mindful of this, you know, these are going to escape our notice. Now, there are prevention measures. And here in this list, you will see that I have about 20 factors enlisted. The ones in red, and there are 10 in red. The 10 factors in red are where the industry or the company, the providers, the vendor, the supplier is involved. The supplier has to be involved in the quality planning in the sense that they can't plan the quality inside the institution or inside the setup of facility, but they have to be involved. It is a dialogue in the training and education, in the process definition, and the technical manuals that need to be made available to the customer. The specifications, that's first and foremost. What were the specifications of the device or the instrument? What is the population being served? Which means, are you serving a primary healthcare setting? Are you serving a secondary care hospital, which is very, very busy? Or is it a tertiary center where there are fewer patients, where there are higher costs, etc., where things can be maintained and sustained just because the entire cost of treatment and care is of a different type. It's a different caliber altogether. Purchase cost targets, process capability. What is the capability in the receiving institution? That is the healthcare setup. Organizational goals and objectives. So this is no order. You can actually put them in the right order. What should be the first thing to be contemplated? What's the next? And so on. On the right, you see a diagram. Again, step 1, step 2 is the only thing that remains visible to people. And the major part of it, which is the theoretical cycle time, the back-to-back process time required for a single unit to complete its journey and result in the output and that can be used for patient care is largely invisible in terms of the cost and quality. So here you see these 3 jackets and you wonder like, okay, they're all wonderful. They're absolutely wonderful and smart and very appealing, aesthetically great. So you have a Gucci, you have an H&M, and you have American Apparel. What will you choose? No, if you're going to go into a red carpet event, you're going to choose a Gucci or some high-end gala dinner. That's what you're going to choose, or anyone would like to choose. H&M, smart casual, great for corporate wear, great for a business meeting as well. You look like a modern person of the world. Use appealing colors or even black, that's fine, or dark colors, business colors. And the third is casual, something that you'll use for the day out, walking around doing mall gazing or having coffee with a bunch of friends or driving out somewhere. That's what you're going to choose. So that you chose the right apparel, the right garment for the right setting, for the right reasons, and didn't choose to wear a Gucci for a drive out into the desert and sitting in a sandy camp right in the middle of the desert, watching belly dancing and eating. No, you're not doing that. So what is the right option here? All of you are familiar with these different examples that I have shared here. There's an integrated track system, there is a floor standing chemistry analyzer, and there is a benchtop. So if you're in a primary healthcare setting, are you going to choose the integrated track system? But the choices are not generally so stark, because the integrated track system seems like a very good thing for a secondary care setting as well. And all labs would love to have it. You know, it looks smart, it looks sophisticated. The buzzword in the world is all about robotics. And, you know, there seems to be a benefit that it's hands off for the most part. And you're going to save on manpower, and, you know, HR costs are the highest. So, you know, the scrutiny or the examination of the choices is not often objective. And it could happen that a healthcare institution chooses, or a lab location chooses, the robotic integrated track system. And then guess what? The throughput is 700 per hour and multiples thereof, 2000 per hour. And the total number of specimens received in that lab are about 2000 per day, maybe. That is, I'm talking about the higher end, maybe 1000 per day. But you know, it looks so smart. Next time inspectors come along, it looks fantastic. And then there are business, you know, handshakes that are happening. You're tying up with organizations and insurance.
We've run out of time.
No.
So I just thought I'd remind you.
I finished. I've just about finished. Please give me a minute. So those are the choices that we would make. There are 3 examples that I've given here. I'm not going to speak at all in detail, but the first is related exactly to what I said, a fully automated modular analyzer. And finally, what happened? There is wastage of resources. There's irrational move to enter an area where there's lack of competence, because then the lab thinks, how do I utilize this capacity? And they start thinking about marketing and sales and so on. In terms of special chemistry reagents, if there was a good customer vendor relationship, and that led to the fact that this lab manager kept waiting for the reagents to be supplied, but they did not come in time, and specimens were waiting for 1 month for results to come out, and the results were that oncology patients were denied the care that they were entitled to. The third example I'm giving is about a large volume blood collection tube, which the customer actually took because the vendor indicated that this is a great approach. You'll have adequate spare volume for backup and storage. Patients and family members were dissatisfied, and the lab administrator had to answer to the management as to why there were so many negative aspects related to the choice of the blood tube. So ultimately and finally, we say that the most important aspect of finding a solution to this problem is to stick to customer needs and ethics in an ethical manner. Focus on the value creation rather than the profit realization. The profits come. If you find the right solution for the customer on the part of the industry for a particular setup, then it's a win-win situation. But let's look at it. Do you think that the customer has no responsibility? Yes, customer has responsibility. It's not just on the part of the industry. The industry, first and foremost, has to commit to solution selling. You meet the needs of the customer in the best possible manner, in an honest manner, transparent, and remaining patient centric. Of course, quality cannot be compromised. That is really the bottom line of everything. But it's a solution selling approach. Don't think about the money, think about meeting the needs. And on the customer side, the first commitment is to patient centricity. And that doesn't mean how are you talking to the patient or are you giving only an accurate result. Customer centricity or patient centricity is all about also serving the community in the best manner possible. It is also about doing the best to one's own organization. Are you loading on a huge economic burden on your administrators? Have you made the wrong choice and then sitting trying to compromise and overcome all the negatives that have come? Therefore, robust homework. Define what objectives you're looking for in a solution. Study each facet implicitly and make informed decisions with all the key stakeholders so that there are no surprises. It really gives a very smooth transition from the industry to the customer. And thank you. These are my references, and I would be happy to address any questions that may come up even later after this forum. And thank you very much for Dr. Davison for giving me those additional few minutes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sani. And I'm glad I did, because I think this is a very relevant topic with the role of money and commercialization in ethics. And I think we often underestimate the role of money and profit. And so it's a very relevant conversation to have, and I thank you for raising it. So thank you, everybody. This brings us to the end of the first session. I would like to remind everybody to put questions into the chat so that Dr. Ian can raise them at the end of the second session, and then the panel, and he can direct it to the relevant person on the panel. And so then that leaves me to thank our speakers in this first session. I think it's been a very successful first session. I think we've had excellent speakers, and they've addressed all aspects of ethics a very professional way and a to the point and very clear way. And so I thank all of you, and I thank again all the participants for being here and listening to this first session. So we will now break for tea. Tea will be for 10 minutes. It's now 10:36, and I think we can have 10 minutes, so that would be, say, at 11:15, if you can come back, and then Dr. Ian will take over from there. So thank you, everybody, and enjoy a break and everything. And it's been a pleasure to moderate this session. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Okay, let me call the meeting to order. We just have a few seconds before 10:46, and we will be starting the next session 10:46 on the dot. All right, thank you. It's 10:46. Our next presenter is Professor Reniam Mohammed Hassan El Sharakawi, who is from the Medical Research Institute at Alexandra University. She's a professor there. Among the many roles, she will present on the MedTech Europe Code of Ethical Business Practice and impact on continuous professional development in laboratory medicine. Prof. Raena Mohammed Hassan El Sharakawi, may you kindly take over. Thank you. You have 20 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Professor Rania Sharkawi, Professor of Chemical Pathology, Medical Research Institute, Alexandria University, and the President of the Egyptian Society of Healthcare Quality and Patient Safety. Firstly, I'd like to thank the AFCC and the organizing committee for allowing me to participate with this great panel. Today, I'll be talking about how does the MedTech Europe Code of Ethical Business Practice affect the activities of professional societies in laboratory medicine. Firstly, I'd like to give a brief about what is MedTech Europe. The MedTech Europe is the European trade association representing the medical technology industries from diagnosis to cure. They represent diagnostics and medical devices manufacturers operating in Europe. MedTech Europe started as an alliance in October 2012. Of course, there are so many relations between the medtech industry and the healthcare professionals, starting from participating in research to develop new technologies and close collaboration for innovative technology. Also, the healthcare professionals are trained on how to use these technologies. The MedTech Europe Code of Ethics is very important and regulated so many things. The MedCode Europe Code of Ethics Business Practice came into effect on January 1st, 2018, and it was created by the medical technology industry. Let's briefly go through the code and see what is the regulation and that the code addresses. It addresses the importance of fair management of educational grants, and this is very important. Also, the public disclosure of provided educational grants, compliance of conferences with the conference vetting system, and later we will know what is the conference vetting system. Allocation of grants to healthcare organizations, but not to healthcare professionals, and this is very important. This is the area that they focused on. The need for written contracts with healthcare organization. Companies are able to define only the categories. They are not allowed to select one individual healthcare professional, namely. There are 5 main principles of the code. Principle number 1 is image and perception. There is no luxury hotel, no luxurious dinners, transparency, informing institutions, superior of any interaction, equivalence, setting the fee for the service, separation between decision-making is not primarily sales-driven, and documentation of every contract and documentation of all the expenses. And these are the 5 main principles that the code highlighted. Also, the code involved all the healthcare professionals, the physician, the nurses, the technician, the researchers, every healthcare professional, also the healthcare organizations like the hospital, the laboratories, the pharmacies, the universities. There are 2 levels of interactions in the code. First, the individual level and the organizational level. Let's go through the individual level. And of course, the healthcare professionals are always interested in participating in scientific meetings, conferences, third-party organized events, and also are involved as consultants and advisors to so many companies. At the organizational level, healthcare organization set the rules and criteria for ethical organization of scientific events. Also, they have to set rules for ethically support their members, healthcare professionals who participate in these events. What is the professional conference organizers? What about them? Of course, as you all know, that the professional conference organizers is a third party and they are for-profit organizations. Member companies may enter into a commercial sponsorship arrangement with a PCO organizing a third-party organized educational event independently of the healthcare organization. These sponsorship arrangements are therefore commercial in nature. Of course, these are commercial in nature, and companies should consequently document in a written commercial agreement in accordance with the requirements of the code. Third-party organized educational events are categorized in two categories. The first category is organized educational conferences, and the second category is the organized procedural training. Let me explain what is the organized educational conferences. They are genuine, independent, educational, scientific conferences that should be relevant or following the guidelines established by professional societies or organizations. Example of these conferences, all the conferences organized by the national, regional societies, professional conference organizers, accredited continuing medical education providers. And the organized procedure training is related to all the training that is given to healthcare professionals as regard the specific diagnostic procedures or the practical demonstration or training given to healthcare professionals. There are two types of sponsorship to third-party organized events. Either direct sponsorship, the company select individual healthcare professional and financially support their participation to a third-party organized event. This financial support typically could cover some or all of the travel or registration costs and so on. The second type is the educational grant. Companies provide an educational grant to a hospital or a medical society and other third parties to support genuine medical education. These include educational grant provided to support healthcare professional participation to a third-party organized event. We're phasing out to these direct sponsorship that was happening in the past, but now in 2018, with the start of the code, there are stronger rules for supporting the educational grants. As regard, or when it comes to travel, there are certain regulations that should be followed. The paid travel should be reasonable, actual, does not cover a period of stay beyond the official duration of the events. Also, when it comes to air travel costs, there are things that's appropriate and things that's not appropriate. The economy or standard class is the common standard. Business class is only required for flights longer than 5 hours. What's not appropriate is when business class for flights shorter than 5 hours or first class in general. Are certain any applicable laws with regard to disclosure or approval requirements associated with final support? Yes, a member company to proceed in accordance with the requirements of the law. As I said, there has to be someone competent to assess the criteria for the event or the compliance for the criteria of the event. The conference vetting system, the CVS, reviews the compliance of the third-party organized educational event. What should we do? This code is going to change. Of course, as we know that the IFCC and the FLM and the national societies are trying to adopt and follow the code. Also, we'd like that every individual laboratory medicine specialist should be aware of the importance of the ethical issue described in the MedTech code. The rules of educational grants, support for third-party organized educational events, like the support of healthcare professional participation, support for event, scholarship and fellowship, grant for public awareness campaigns. What what's going to change in the educational grants? Actually, there is a lot of things that has been changed. Grants will be publicly disclosed, ensuring increased transparency of the funds allocated to medical education, and this is very important. Disclosure is very important. Transparency is also very important. Conference will still need to comply with specific requirements, and the CVS, like I mentioned, is the one who is competent to assess that the conference is following the criteria. Grants can only be provided to legal entities, but never to individuals, and will acquire a written contract and other related documentation. Companies would be able to define the type of recipients which should be eligible for the grant, but not to individual recipients. We will not specify an individual, we only specify the criteria. Companies must have an internal independent process based on objective criteria to assess the grant request. We're all worried now about the future. What are the challenges is going to happen? Of course, after the FLM survey result, where there is a lot of diversity results and there is lack of communication between the IVD industry and the leading healthcare organizations, so many questions are raised. Will there be any provision or any changes of the medtech code? This is one question raised, and of course, there is no changes on the surface for now. Also, as regards other questions, the healthcare organizations achieve full compliance. Will there be less attendees at conferences and congresses if this law of this code implemented? Of course, in year 2020, there is a lot have changed due to the global COVID pandemic. Many highly valuable congresses and conferences have had to be canceled or postponed for a long time. This gave the healthcare professional an opportunity to attend events, and most of them were registration free or without registration at all. For the conclusions and recommendations, more efforts into achieving better communication between the IVD industry and the healthcare professionals in order to guarantee improved and fair use of the fund received from this industry is very important. There is also a need to follow up the Committee on Education and Training and the Working Group for the Congress and Postgraduate Education surveys in terms of how countries have managed to implement the principle of code or to improve the ethical behavior of their healthcare professionals. Also, we should learn from successful experience. Actually, we have a very successful experience of a national society and member of the ICC and the FLM, the Lithuanian Society of Laboratory felt obliged to act fairly, and she adopted the code regulation, and I'm encouraging you to read this paper. It will explain a very successful experience. And finally, the AFCC should be starting enforcing these codes through their national organization or societies. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Renia Mohammed Hassan El Sharakawi, for that insightful discussion on how we can be able to know how to make use best of the sponsorship that's available from the industry and what regulations do guide that. Because that's important. It affects us, and sometimes we get frustrated why we are not getting any funding. Our next speaker is Professor Hilda Marima Matarira, who is from the University of Zimbabwe, Chemical Pathology Unit in the Department of Laboratory Diagnostic and Investigative Sciences. Prof. Matarira, kindly share your screen and commence your presentation. Whilst she's sharing her screen, please remember to share in your questions for discussion by the panelists in the chat box. We'll be able to deal with them at the end of the sessions. Okay, I can see our colleague is having a challenge in sharing her screen. Let's go to the next presenter and we'll give Prof. Matarira a slot after the next speaker if she has been able to share her screen. So our next presenter is Dr. Aaron Maramba. He is the coordinator for the Medical Laboratory Sciences Unit in the Department of Laboratory Diagnostic and Investigative Sciences at the University of Zimbabwe. Dr. Maramba, kindly share your screen and take on the slot. Then Prof. Matarira will come in later on.
Thank you.
Dr. Maramba, whilst he's sharing his screen, is going to present on good ethical transfusion practice towards effective transfusion. As we know, as laboratorians, we are involved in transfusion medicine. We have to also keep appraising ourselves. Okay, Dr. Maramba, you can comment.
Okay, please confirm when you can see my presentation on your screen.
Yes, we can see your presentation. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for calling me earlier than I expected. But my presentation is going to take a slightly different view, because I'm going to talk about the good and ethical transfusion practice with the objective of achieving effective transfusion. I'm trying to load my picture, sorry. Okay, so the aim of my presentation is to look at an overview of the Code of Professional Conduct. The earlier speakers did justice on this one because they've already talked about the rules and laws that govern professionals in the laboratory sciences field. So after that, I'll talk about the transfusion commandments, because my focus is on blood transfusion. With those commandments in place, we want to achieve effective transfusion. And with the effective transfusion, we need to consider the serious hazards of transfusion, which is why we can look at alternatives to transfusion, because there are dangers with transfusion. Transfusion is a very good thing. However, there are dangers with it. So some of the considerations that come with alternative transfusion are the autologous transfusion. However, there are ethical considerations on the autologous transfusion. So I'll start with the code of ethics, with which govern the professionals. There are three tenets that I'll talk about, which is the duty to the patient. That means the professional must place the welfare of the patient above their own needs and desires. The second tenet is that the duty to the colleagues and professionals. In that respect, the professional, the lab professional must uphold the dignity and respect of the profession itself. And the third tenet is the duty to society. What that means is the professional must have the responsibility to contribute for their sphere. In other countries, for example, in the United States, there is a pledge that one must take as they enter into the profession. And I've put an example here where a professional must pledge to what they will do. The aspect that they are talking about is to place the patient's welfare above their own, as I've already indicated in the ethics, and ensuring that the patients receive care that is safe, effective, efficient, and timeous. They must maintain the dignity and respect of their profession and promote the advancement of their profession. And to their colleagues, they must ensure that collegial relationships exist. They mustn't be animosity in their practice. He must improve access to laboratory services, equitable distribution of healthcare resources, and complying with the laws and regulations. We've heard some of the laws that govern us and the regulations that apply, and finally changing conditions where necessary to advance the best interests of the patient, because the patient is must be put ahead of one's own interests. So with regards to the transfusion, I borrowed some what they regarded as the transfusion commandments. There are 10 of them, 10 commandments of transfusion. These I borrowed them from the handbook of transfusion medicine written by Derek Norfolk. It's in use in England. The 10 commandments are basically the do's and don'ts of blood transfusion. So the do's and don'ts in transfusion is we must be careful when we do our transfusion provision of blood. And there are certain things that must be done, and there are others that cannot or should not be done. The first one is the transfusion should only be used when the benefits outweigh the risks. Number two, the results of the lab tests are not the sole deciding factors. Number three, the decision should be based on clinical assessment. That is the decision to transfuse. And number four, not all anemic patients will need transfusion. There is always other alternatives that can be used, because low hemoglobin is not the universal trigger for transfusion. Number five, there's need to discuss the risks and benefits and alternatives to transfusion, which is why the recipient must consent to being given the blood. Number six, the reason for transfusion should be documented. It's a must, they must be documented. Number seven, timeous provision of blood component support in major hemorrhages can improve outcomes. So good communication and teamwork are essential. Number eight, failure to check patient identity can be fatal, because misidentification of patients can lead to a wrong product being given. So discrepancies mean that blood cannot be given. Number nine, the patient must be monitored. Then number 10, education and training. So these 10 principles, which I call the transfusion commandments, will underpin the safety and effective transfusion. Remember, the objective of my talk is to achieve effective transfusion, having ascertained safety, because it's a minefield, the field of transfusion. In terms of the essential elements of the effective transfusion, we need to look at the patient categories. So products must be provided in view of the patient categories. So I've got 4 categories here, which is the surgical and critical care patients. The number 2 is the medical patients. The medical patients will include the hematology and the bone marrow transplant patients. Number 3 is effective transfusion for obstetric patients, our mothers, who we care so much about. And lastly, the babies, the pediatrics. So there must be products that are earmarked for these to achieve effective transfusion. So I'll look at the essential elements of the effective transfusion that can be achieved in surgical patients and those under critical care. So there must be use of red cells. The use of red cells in surgery has declined. This has declined as a result of the evidence-based guidelines which have been put in place in many countries. Patient blood management programs have also been drawn out, and these include the preoperative optimization, which means we can prepare the patient so that there is no need for a blood transfusion to be given. So especially for elective procedures, this can be done. Also minimizing blood losses during the procedure, the blood can be salvaged. So there is use of cell salvagers. Avoiding unnecessary transfusion after surgery, because remember, anemia is not the sole trigger, the only reason why you should give blood. And using blood conservation techniques. Conservation techniques will include intraoperative cell salvagers, or also using other alternatives to boost the hemoglobin so that there's no need for blood transfusion to be instituted. For the same surgical patients, restrictive red cell transfusion strategies must be used, and rapid provision of compatible blood, a protocol-driven multidisciplinary team. So within a hospital setup, there must be a multidisciplinary team put together, which ensures that blood is provided on time, and that would eliminate the element of giving unnecessary transfusions. The benefit of routinely transfusing FFPs, fresh frozen plasma, in a fixed ratio is been documented as a benefit, because sometimes you give blood, it means you are diluting the clotting factors, or you give FFP only without the red cell. So they must be balanced. Talking about the shock packs, whereby if you give 2 units of blood, you must give 1 FFP, 4 units of blood, 2 FFPs, and 1 platelet, and so on. And this has been tried, and it works because it maintains the blood in the recipient at the same levels with clotting factors and hemoglobin as would be found in a normal individual who is not going through a transfusion. Then we go to the medical patients. The essentials here, there must be use of special products, because medical patients may fall in different special categories. Like I said, this includes the hematology patients and the bone marrow transplant patients. So these patients have got special requirements. Now, because of the special requirements, it means we have to look for special products. There is a whole host of special products that are earmarked for these patient categories. Blood transfusion should not be performed where there are appropriate alternatives. I will talk about alternatives later on in my presentation, but these would include hemoglobin boosters or erythropoiesis stimulating agents, so that the patient can prepare themselves, can make their own red cells, so that there's no need for allogenic the transfusion. Hemodynamically stable hematology oncology patients who are anemic after intensive chemotherapy rarely need transfusion, because these are top-up patients. They can manage with hemoglobin just above 8 grams per deciliter. And treatment of transfusion-dependent patients like the thalassemia individuals and those who can make cells for themselves, the aim in this case is to minimize the symptoms of anemia so that the life go on. Because if they are transfusion dependent, it means there's a risk of them making antibodies, and also the risk of exposing them to transfusion transmissible infections. So there is need for the practitioner to be cautious when they deal with them. Prophylaxis with regards to platelets is also essential. So prophylactic platelet transfusion should be given with a transfusion trigger of about 10 platelets times 10 to the power 9 per liter. So those can be given platelets so that we prevent blood loss. See, because blood loss leads to a low hemoglobin, which then triggers transfusion to be given. Transfusion in patients with hemoglobinopathies like the thalassemias that I mentioned in the C class is a complex one. So there is a need for specialists to be drawn in there so that they can guide the choice of products to be given or the way these patients can be managed. Transfusion reactions in C class sometimes is misinterpreted as sickle cell crisis, because the C class go through the crisis, whether there's a transfusion given or no transfusion given. However, if a transfusion has been given, it should not be confused with a sickle cell crisis. Otherwise, it will be a complication that we are faced with. Then we go to the third category for patients, these are the pediatric patients. So the essentials here, the potential risks and benefits must always be considered. In as much as we want them to have a normal hemoglobin, but the risk of giving someone blood is exposing them to the dangers of transfusion infections, as well as also eliciting immune reaction that makes them make antibodies, which means in future it becomes complicated for them to receive blood. So children that are transfused in fetal or neonatal life have the longest potential life in which to develop the late adverse effects, which is why we need to try and prevent or avoid transfusions. Extra safety measures when we are dealing with children must be done, and this could be achieved by enhanced donor selection, which is giving them blood that has got minimum number of antigens that may cause antibody formation, so that their life does not become complicated. Transfusion volumes and rates for children should be carefully calculated to minimize dosing errors and also reduce the risk of circulatory overload, because these are little people who don't need the same volumes that are given to adults. The intrauterine transfusion, if it has to be done, as well as giving the platelets, rare complex procedures requiring multidisciplinary must be put in place. Otherwise, these procedures cannot just be done. Otherwise, we will complicate the lives of the newborn when they become adults. Low platelet counts are a common thing in children. So it doesn't mean that they must be given platelets. Again, it's a question of understanding that the sick children tend to have low platelets. So that's not an indicator for them to be given platelets. Other alternatives can be considered. Then lastly, in this category, for the pediatric patients, the threshold may be achieved, but age-specific blood components should be used. And good manufacturing practice has ensured that there are specific products that are meant for neonates or for pediatrics, and these can be made available from the transfusion centers. For the last group, which is our mothers, our dear mothers, inappropriate transfusion during pregnancy and postpartum period, would expose the mothers to the risk of HDNF. Mothers who are going to conceive, if they are complicated by giving them products which lead to antibody formation, they may lose subsequent children. In subsequent pregnancies, they may not be able to give birth. The children, the fetus may die, or they have got a serious hemolytic transfusion, hemolytic disease of newborn in their babies, and this should be avoided. So a blood count should be checked at the antenatal blood booking as early as 28 weeks. This will allow enough time for them to be prepared. If they've got a low hemoglobin when the HB has been checked, they can be encouraged to take iron, which is an alternative to a transfusion, because a transfusion will always have that risk of antibody formation. Oral iron replacement is appropriate for most patients when this is detected earlier in the pregnancy. Transfusion is rarely required in hemodynamically stable. Like we have said also for the medical patients, similarly, the pregnant mothers, if they are stable, there may be no need for the transfusion to be given, because we are weighing the risks against the benefits. Hemoglobin of 7, 8, if they are stable, would be acceptable. No need for transfusion. And major obstetric hemorrhage remains an important cause of maternal death. We have had reports of maternal deaths in our third world countries. It goes back to that care must be taken, because if we do our assessment of obstetric patients, then we can prevent deaths. Flying squad blood can also be kept in the wards, and excellent communication within the ward. So if the patient has got a risk of bleeding, care must be taken, or precautions must be put in place so that they don't lose blood during the procedure or during delivery. Pregnancy is potentially affected by hemolytic disease of fetus or newborn, should be managed by specialists. They must always be there. It goes back to communication, which is one of the tenets of good practice, and it's ethical for people to do that. The anti-D immunoglobulin should be administered 72 hours. We are talking about mothers who are RHD negative and who are carrying babies who are RHD positive. To avoid immunization in these mothers, it's better to give them prophylaxis. So that's the anti-D we're talking about here. So those are the 4 categories that I've talked about, but generally, transfusion is associated with risks. So there are serious hazards of transfusion. And in that, we have got adverse effects, which include hemolytic transfusion reactions, transfusion of bacterial or virally contaminated products, which we call transfusion transmissible infections, TTIs, and also transfusion-related acute lung injury, short and industrially. This can happen as a result of transfusion, and also other reactions that can be found. This calls in for hemovigilance. The practitioners, their duty of care calls for them to be vigilant against any dangers that may occur during the process. So hemovigilance is a tool to improve the quality of the blood transfusion chain, primarily focusing on the safety, because safety is primary. And hemovigilance comprises of surveillance procedures, which covers the whole transfusion chain, from donation to processing of products up to the transfusion into the recipient. The hemovigilance focuses on fresh products only. There are other products that are derived from the blood products. Those are not covered under hemovigilance, like albumin. So near misses, again, are not part of the hemovigilance in this. So hemovigilance has come in because we appreciate the serious hazards of transfusion. However, as alternative to allogenic blood being given, the autologous blood can also be considered. However, there are ethical issues that must be considered here. What autologous transfusion is about is collecting and reinfusing the blood into their own donor. So the donor is the patient in this case. However, there are different stages, there are different procedures that can be done. There's a pre-deposit autologous donation whereby someone donates blood. When they go for a procedure, then if they've lost blood, they can be given their own blood. The second one is intraoperative cell salvages. This is happening during the procedure. There are machines which we call cell salvages, which can be used to collect blood during the surgical procedure or during the surgical procedure. And this blood is cleaned, prevented from clotting, mixed with anticoagulants, and reinfused. And this can happen during the procedure or after the procedure. But this is the blood which is collected during the surgical procedure. The danger of surgeries is blood is lost. So if we use cell salvages, we can collect the blood that is being lost and can be given. Then there's a fourth one, which is acute normovolemic hemodilution. So someone who just give blood, if they've got more hemoglobin than is necessary, they donate blood, because we know they're going to lose blood during the surgical procedure. After the surgical procedure, they can be given their own blood. So that's the acute normovolemic hemodilution. So the indication of the pre-donation is that we get patients who have got rare blood groups and multiple antibodies. So the best is to give these patients. However, the ethical considerations here include, let's say someone has got hepatitis. Is it okay to give them their own blood? Because they've been living with this blood. However, where do we keep this blood which has got hepatitis? Because hepatitis positive is a reason for deferment from being a donor for allogenic donation. For autologous transfusion, can we give them their own hepatitis positive blood? The same goes for HIV and any other problems. So, however, this again can be considered excluded. The patients at serious psychiatric risks, these patients are too anxious. They may not accept a transfusion, but if they are promised to be given their own blood, they may accept. Then the other category is the religious individuals, the Jehovah's Witnesses. They will refuse blood and may accept pre-donation, pre-deposit. However, there are some that do not accept it. So for the intraoperative collection, surgeries where anticipated blood loss is about 20%, so it's better for them to pre-deposit, then they can be given. Or we can collect that during the procedure and the blood can be given. There's no risk of allogenic blood being given. And also the second one, elective and emergent surgeries in patients with risk factors for bleeding. So those can, because we know they're gonna bleed during the procedure, let's say cesarean section, so they must donate their blood, then is banked, then if they lose blood during the procedure, they can always receive their own blood. Major hemorrhages are also indications for intraoperative cell salvage use. Patients with rare blood groups, I've already mentioned in multiple antibodies. Then those patients who do not accept donations, again, they qualify for the intraoperative cell salvage use. Then we go to the acute normovolemic hemodilution. Several units of blood are collected into the standard bag, and these are kept usually in an operating room, and the patient's volume is maintained by using other alternatives like fluids, the crystalloids, or colloid fluids. We know that the blood has been put somewhere, so they can be given when the need is. So this blood will be reinfused at the end of the surgery, or if sufficient bleeding, that is if the bleeding has occurred. However, if they've not lost so much blood, there may not be need for them to be given the same blood. Or the patients going for cardiac bypass can also be given the option for acute normovolemic hemodilution, where their blood is taken out, then can be given at a later stage. We still go back to the dangers associated with transfusion, the serious hazards of transfusion. We've considered autologous transfusion. However, there are other reasons. So the quest for a blood substitute, if someone doesn't accept it, autologous transfusion, what do we do? But we need to save their life. So the quest for a blood substitute has been as a result of shortage of blood products. Also religious individuals who do not accept even their own blood once it has left the body. Then also the risk of transfusion, transmissible infections, and the short life, because we know that when blood is donated, the longest it can be kept in the fridge is 42 days. Let's say we are looking after the people in the war zone. How do you carry blood to the war zone for longer than 42 days? So we need to look for alternatives for that. In that case, the purpose of transfusion is to maintain provide temporary support basically. So if we can provide temporary support while the patient is being moved from that, say, the war zone into somewhere, into a hospital where they can get blood. So we need alternatives in that case. And the alternatives do not necessarily have to be blood. So the quest for blood substitutes, several methods are available for the preparation of modified hemoglobin solutions. This utilizes polymerization of glutaraldehyde, encapsulated compounds, microencapsulation, hemoglobin cross-linking, so that the hemoglobin is stable and can stay for longer. And the purpose is for it to be able to carry the oxygen, but it's a temporary measure, remember. And the natural and modified hemoglobins have also been tried. Then there's genetic engineering, which has been used to generate products which can act as oxygen carriers to the tissues. Bacteria and yeast have also been used. So I've got a list here of some of the products that have been in use in other countries, and particularly for the war zone and those who do not require or who do not accept allogenic blood or even their own blood. So we've got a list of 7 of them there. These have been tried in many different countries. We also have pharmacological measures to reduce the need for a transfusion, because transfusion carries the risk of transfusion transmissible infections, as well as the risk of circulation overload and immunological antibody formation. So there is consideration for antifibrinolytic products. These products will prevent, because the reason why the need for transfusion is there is because someone would have lost blood. So to prevent that, you can prevent blood loss by using the fibrinolytic inhibitors. So tranexamic acid is a synthetic lysine derivative which inhibits fibrinolysis. And by so doing, it's reducing the conversion of plasmin to plasminogen, which means you can, when the clot is formed, it can, you can retain the blood in the system. It prevents blood loss. Apropotin is also used in that it inhibits many proteolytic enzymes, which also lead to reduced fibrinolysis. Tissue sealants are also used, the recombinant activated factor 7. This has been used in patients who have got hemophilia, who tend to bleed. And when they have got hemophilia and they're given factor 8, they can have their bleeding controlled. However, there are some patients who have made antibodies, who have got inhibitors. So that's where the consideration for NOVO7 comes in. Erythropoiesis stimulating agents can also be used. In this case, we are encouraging the bone marrow to make their own cells. Thrombopoietin mimics also used to prevent loss of blood. They act like platelets. And parental iron can also be considered. What is being done here is to try and prevent loss of blood and to maintain the hemoglobin. At the same time, avoiding transfusion. So basically, what we're talking about here is the delicate balance between blood loss and benefit of the giving someone blood. So this is my presentation, and thank you very much for attending.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maramba, for that insightful presentation on blood and blood products. I was battling here and there to say, shall I stop him or not stop him? Because it's essential to hear about blood and blood products. Thank you very much for that insightful presentation. Our next presenter would be Prof. Matarira. Prof. Matarira, can you share your screen? Can you share your screen and share your slide and go on to your presentation?
Can you see anything?
Yes, we can see
Hello?
you. Share your screen now. Yeah, your screen. Yeah, thank you. We can see your slides now. Please go ahead.
I'm going to show my face briefly for everybody, then switch off because of connectivity issues. Thank you.
While she's going to slideshow, please go on slideshow and start sharing your presentation. Prof. Matarira is going to share on laboratory ethics in the face of the coronavirus pandemic. Kindly commence your presentation, Prof. Prof. Matarira.
Yes, I am trying to get to.
Click slideshow. On the third from the right icon. On the top, slideshow, that one. You can see view, review, slideshow coming from your extreme right. On your top.
Can you see that?
Yes, so please go ahead. Thank you. We can see your slide now.
Can you hear anything?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. It's your time now. Over to you, Prof. Matarira. Thank you.
Sorry. Please give me 2 minutes.
Whilst is being set, remember to type in your questions. We'll have a chance to answer 1 or 2 questions before we close this session. You type in on the chat box. Prof. Matarira, kindly commence your presentation. We can see your slides.
I have started. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. We can see your slide. We are on a profile of presentation on your slide. Kindly go ahead.
On this slide, profile of presentation, I'll start with definition of laboratory ethics, ethics challenges in laboratory medicine, staff or HR obligations and advocacy, situations encountered during COVID-19 pandemic, and finally, I will deal with recommendations. I'm trying to get to the next slide.
Press enter. It can go to the next slide.
I've pressed enter.
Or press on the slide. It can give you an icon to go to the next slide, please.
Okay. So starting with medical ethics definition. So starting with medical ethics definition, historically there was Hippocrates who lived in 463-99 BC. Later there was the Nuremberg trial of 1946, which generated the Geneva declarations of 1948, 9, and 68, 83, and 94. That is basically doing good for all patients. Now, the other aspects have been covered on autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence, justice, especially with limited resources, the privacy and confidentiality in autonomy and beneficence. But all in all, laboratory ethics in practice require that the staff have proper attitude and behavior. So I'll go to the next slide. Now, laboratory medicine. Laboratory medicine ethics has many challenges in COVID-19. There are knowledge gaps, which are many for effective intervention. And we know that pneumonia develops due to SARS-CoV-2 causing inflammatory response. And this may lead to lung smoldering, and some treatments use corticosteroids tapered with the disease, even up to 3 weeks or more. And some treatments try to remove the SARS-CoV-2. COVID-19 is not just a disease from death of the virus infected cells. What we know now is alveoli fill up with fibroblasts, myoblasts. Fluid may be due to low AC2 receptor concentrations, which increase the kinins, and these cause diffuse alveolar damage as an end result in 67 to 80%. The college field spaces interfere with gaseous exchange, carbon dioxide and oxygen, especially in the lower lobes, and clots in the lungs play an important role in disease severity. 50 to 87% of cases have thrombi in arteries and veins. There is silent hypoxemia, which develops after symptoms in 1 to 5 days. This is reversible and treatable, but when it develops into serious form in phase 2, treatment is very, very difficult. And these severe cases end up dying, which results in an average world mortality rate of 2%. In actual fact, SARS-CoV-19 is, in terms of diagnosis and organizing pneumonia OP there, characterized by cytokine storm, which causes damages in cells in the lung, multi-organ damage in the liver, kidney, heart, brain, blood vessels. So a correct diagnosis is required so that effective laboratory diagnosis and management is put in place, as well as medical care. And there is a problem of misdiagnosis due to malaria, TB, and others, which have similar symptoms of fevers and chills, including sore throat, GIT, diarrhea, and vomiting. So these patients end up with so misdiagnosis follows, and this complicates the caring of patients. It affects everybody. Immunosuppressants in the elderly is the next slide, with high risk of C19, which is COVID-19. These patients have comorbidities from diabetes mellitus and hypertension. And we know that in Zimbabwe, there is zinc in zumbani, and in sweet potatoes, which are yellowish, they have vitamin A micronutrients are high. And we know that these micronutrients would lower mortality from viral or bacterial infections. As they reverse the impaired immunity so much needed to combat SARS-CoV-2. The same happens with beta carotene. So next slide is obligations. This slide shows obligations of HR in the laboratories and advocacy in COVID-19 era. LabNet HR have a lot of data, evidence to give health information, education, HIE there. SARS-CoV-2 now is known to have a line 1 element where 17% of cases have reverse transcriptase like in HIV. And this will result in viral DNA being produced. And therefore, the virus is able to reverse transcribe into human cells. This is one of the reasons why recovered cases of COVID-19 produce viral RNA, giving false positive PCR, misleading results. The integration of genetic code imparts into the human chromosomes is a risk of genetic and inborn error of mutations causing certain disease. So in the next slide, there are obligations that of HIE in the laboratory medicine. Patients generally trust healthcare providers and in the laboratories or elsewhere. As patients have to be protected, HR have duty to avoid harm, to act in the best interest of patients. This has been covered, non-maleficence and beneficence. The reasons why any new drugs or laboratory kits or COVID-19, any issue about COVID-19, a new virus, and the reason why everything must be verified, validated before use. That includes vaccines, which should go through all clinical trials. So laboratory medicine staff have an authority, and they have a very important data which they can use to advise policymakers and not to abuse any powers in the laboratory, or any powers, abuse powers in parliament, or any powers where the decisions are being made. This is an ethical issue which laboratory medicine has to consider seriously. The next slide is talking about limitations in serological tests. There are serious limitations on serological tests, which have an impact on results interpretation. COVID-19 is low prevalence in most communities, up to only about 5%. Some research has shown that in urban areas is 10.1 to 100,000, rural areas 3.6 to 100,000. 90% of COVID-19 have been found in urban areas in about 210 countries. What it means is that if antigen tests have low specificity, there's a serious danger. For example, every 100 cases will get 5% false positives with tests of 95% specificity. At the same time, they'll get 5% true positives. What it means in the laboratory is that about 10% of the specimens will be repeated or returned at a great financial and human cost. So, next slide. Next slide is the limitations of serological antibody tests. I'm trying to connect. Limitations of serological tests of antibody tests. There are also problems of false positives. that may indicate closely that the patient is recovering. Imagine giving this statement to a patient who is not recovering. We know that sensitivities of antibody tests vary from 13 to 50% within 1 week and 70 to 99% after 3 weeks. Poor performing tests obviously would give very high false results. Poor resource settings where no verifications of these reagents were done will be worse. Antibody tests for previous infection and for showing recovery are reasonably good. They can pick asymptomatics, symptomatics, and give prevalence, but it should never be used to make clinical decisions. And antibody tests, we know that they peak in 3 to 4 weeks after infection and may go up to 4 months. But do we know the protection titer to be defined? Now, coming on to the next slide, it is the vaccines. SARS-CoV-2 mutates between waves. This is very serious because the world is going over the second wave, and some have started in the third wave. There's increased mutations during in between waves, which increase transmission, increase infectivity, particularly on this spike protein. A D64 gene mutation was reported where aspartate changes to glycine, which can lower vaccine efficacy. In September, research showed glycosylation of S protein increasing viral infection 4 times, also increasing in viral load. There's an AZ vaccine with plasminogen activator on spike protein, which causes autoantibodies, causing clotting, causing deep vein thrombosis, with factor V-laden mutations found in 15% Scandinavians, 5% Afro-Americans, and Asians. African data and Asian data is yet to come out. So, treatment of DVT may take up to 3 months or more. Imagine if you were a pilot losing license, obviously from DVT. No one is screening for VLM mutations before vaccination. Is it just to unsuspecting patients to do that and people lose their livelihood? Now the next slide. The next slide is on host genetic factors. We know that COVID-19 is novel. So as it is new, there are a lot of genetic studies to improve knowledge in terms of diagnosis, therapy, develop effective containment regimes, and including vaccines. We know that the blood group HLA-A.11.01 affects susceptibility to infection and severity. We now know that new variants started in October 2020, South Africa, variant 501.V2. We also know that in UK, a variant UK VOC 2020-12/02 came out, increasing transmissibility by 70%. In Brazil also, there's this deadly variant P.2 with E484K mutation, which is more infectious, causing more hospitalizations, more deaths, stretching limited resources. So now, in Africa and Zimbabwe, what do we do about the distribution of resources? COVID-19 versus HIV/AIDS versus diabetes mellitus, both at 10%. Malaria in Africa, mortality 400,000 per season. Cancer on the rise in Zimbabwe at 7% per year. Cervical cancer ranked number 1. TB in Zimbabwe at 119 per 100,000, around in Africa 3%, very much more in South Africa. So who gets the resources at what human cost? Because then, should we concentrate on COVID-19 when we have limited resources? Should we? The rise of patients. The rise of patients are really critical in ethics. Who has to be treated when the resources are stretched? We know that SARS-CoV-2, COVID-19 symptoms include fevers and chills. Malaria and TB have the same. Sore throat and other bacterial infections have the same. Vomiting, diarrhea, GITs symptoms have similar ones. So in those hospitals that do not admit COVID-19, especially in Zimbabwe, any misdiagnosis may mean no treatment and patients die. Any misdiagnosis may mean wrong treatment and patients may die. And we've come through a very bad situation where no tests are done because COVID-19 are being requested everywhere. And then the fake certifications is taking place. It's been reported in Zimbabwe. It is reported in many African countries. It is reported globally. So now our patients or population suffers financial losses. Who is going to reimburse them? The staff in the laboratories and elsewhere who connive and become a big boss network of creating money out of nothing. A lot are not being found, but some are deregistered and get arrested. And this is something we should be worried about in terms of laboratory medicine. This should be something we should worry about globally in African AFCCs, ZACB, and all associations to stop it. Risk of COVID-19, there's poverty. We know that there's population density, distancing. There's uninsured population in Zimbabwe is 90%. We know that there's all these conditions affect immunity. They are the elderly above 65 with chronic conditions, including obesity, pneumonia, asthma, where immunity is reduced. The ethical challenges are there where these risk groups cannot take vaccines to lower COVID-19 severity. So what do we do with them? There's been some drugs developed over 40 years, which are no longer patented, like ivermectin. This drug is very cheap, 20 US cents versus a dose of vaccine of $75 US. Times 2 is $150 US. Ivermectin is available, it is affordable, and it is accessible, those 3 A's. It has been used to treat malaria over 3.8 billion over the past 40 years. But because it is cheap, where is the ethics of ignoring it globally? We know that in Peru, South America, in Mexico, in India, these have test and treat. Now in America, some states have started using ivermectin for both prophylaxis and treatment. And in Zimbabwe, it is only available using Section 75 of the Constitution. How many people know about 75, Section 75 of the Constitution when they get COVID-19? Is this fair? Then we have poor access to clean water and good sanitation. The laboratory has data how bad the urban water is. Is it just to expect them to be hygienic, clean their hands here and there when they don't have water? Then the urban Harare Buluwe Kwanda migration of COVID-19 to rural areas. We know that these three cities have the highest, Harare is the highest, followed by Buluwe and Kwanda. When they drift to rural areas, are we allocating healthcare resources in the laboratories and elsewhere in all councils equitably? Do they drift to rural areas? Then we know that we are ignoring the natural killer cells issue. How to make the natural killer cell very, very strong by immunoboosting with nutriatics, etc. These are natural nutriatics. These are God-given gifts, including ivermectin. Why, for the love of money, are we ignoring to advise correctly and advise properly? So, I'm almost there. This is the second last slide. Then we come to invasive testing in the laboratories, especially genetic testing. Autopsy, we know that it's invasive, threatens patient integrity, but they would be dead. And there are those next of kin who authorize autopsies. Are we offering autopsies after authorizations? All autopsies in laboratory medicine. Then there are pre-analytical issues on choice of tests. Do we advocate to all clinicians, physicians, surgeons to speak to the patients and talk to them about the value of specimens? We know that in COVID-19, the nasopharyngeal specimen gives better results than the throat specimen. And we know that the specimen sampling is time dependent. The early specimens can be taken in the nasal or pharyngeal, but very late cases, you need rectal sampling. Are we doing that? I know laboratory medicine does sampling as well. You always get concerned on which sample to use. Are you always confidential about what you do? And in both specimen collection and preparation. Then analytical phase, it has its issues. We biobank specimens of our patients. Do we have informed consent to biobank and use this specimen for the 10, 15, 20, 100 years to come? When we benefit as we develop new diagnostic tests or new vaccine, does the patient or population benefit? Then with the issue of expert skills in the laboratories, do we always have expert skills to interpret COVID-19 molecular pathology results? This is needed to apply those results to treatment. Do we always write on the reports what we find, and is it accurate for patient care, including other clinical issues of termination of pregnancy, exchange, sex exchange? Here, there's also conflict between patients and society as the laws are different in different countries. What advocacy as laboratory medicine are we giving to our parliaments on these issues? The ethics to ensure professionalism, are they not lagging behind? The lack of ethics between the patient and society is not a source of conflict. So we need ethics generally for the well-being of we need ethics for peace. The last slide is recommendations. Zimbabwe Association of Clinical Biochemistry and Life Medicine is a daughter of AFCC, the continental body of clinical chemistry and laboratory medicine. Do we always communicate, cooperate, and coordinate with the World Health Organization and IFCC task forces on laboratory medicine? Do we have coordinated task forces from our council members? So if it's lacking, it's time up to fill the gap. The local ethics curriculum at all levels, do we always review and strengthen it as a link up to IFCC? The softs which we need to develop on ethical issues to guide laboratory medicine, have we developed them in the AFCC? The quality assurance schemes on ethics and practices, surely they should be introduced as part of accreditation of clinical laboratories. And we heard from Emily and Okesina that all researches on human samples be based on respect, beneficence, and justice. And the IFCC, the International Federation of Clinical Chemistry and Laboratory Medicine, has guidelines on resource allocations, point of care testing, screening tests, confidentiality, and molecular pathology. Pathological tests could be followed. Are we reading them? Are we following them? Are we assisting industry as well, advocacy to industry to follow the laboratory medicine ethics? With this, I say thank you very much, the world, IFCC, and ZSCB members whom I see here connected. And thank you and goodbye.
Thank you very much, Prof. Matarira, for that insightful presentation on COVID-19 pandemic and laboratory ethics. We'll address a few questions before we close this meeting. I will start with the questions that were posed in the WhatsApp group, then go to those on the chat box. The first one is, ideally, should a biorepository have an internal ethics committee to review access to biospecimens, or should the ethics committee be independent from the biorepository? Then the last one that was shared on the WhatsApp group is it ethics compliant for a biorepository to attempt to recover the full operating costs for sustainability purpose from investigators who request biospecimen from the biorepository in setting where government and or charitable funds are limited or not steadily available? I think Prof. Okasina can respond to that, and other colleagues in the panel can also respond. Prof. Prof. Okasina, can you unmute? All right. I can respond to that, and other colleagues can add to that. In terms of the biorepository, it will be good within your team who is operating the biobank, at least to see whether you are operating within the ethical limits. But it's important to submit all your protocols and all the research that you want to do to an independent ethics committee, so that you are also kept on check and on to ensure that you are operating within ethical limits. Remember, this is the peer review and trying to see that the rights of the patients and who have provided those samples are kept in check. So an independent ethics review is very important. Investigators. It is also important to, in as much as we would want to have the samples being accessible to everyone, but it's also important that we allow this we allow for the cost to be borne or to be recovered, so that we can be able to keep the biobanks. And hence, in most of the times when investigators are to use the biospecimens, it is a requirement also to contribute towards the biorepository, because there is a cost in maintenance in the software they use to be able to know where a particular sample is, the fridge, the staff who are involved. So it's also good when we use the samples and we also give unto this the initiative, so that we can be able to maintain the biobank. And anyone from the team who is willing to add on to that before we go to the next set of questions?
My hand is up.
Yes, Prof. Matiari, I can say.
The way I understand this question is asking if biobankers should pay for the cost. Is that correct?
Yes.
But it doesn't say, give any suggestions who should pay the cost if biobankers are not paying.
You are faint, we can't hear you.
If biobankers are not paying for the cost of biobanking, this question does not give the alternative on who should pay for the cost. So it is a question which needs background, what the participant actually is suggesting. Where does he or she think the cost should be shared between who and who? Obviously not the patient.
Thanks, Prof. Matarra, for your input. Any member of the team before we go to the next round of the questions?
Unless industry is part of biobanking, then obviously the biobanker repository and the industry who are likely to go to benefit, if you are in partnership, then you can share the cost.
Right, thank you. I'll go to the next and final round of questions before we close. The first one is, when it comes to blood transfusion, is it right to use the rapid test to screen blood? And the next one was a long one. All right, they started by saying, for Dr. Maramba, great presentation. Once again, may you assist in informing am not sure as a nation of Zimbabwe how we are ensuring there is this hemovigilance. Any idea what measures are in place, like national SOPs and posters and constant information? Then we go SOPs to the medical fraternity to ensure an effective transfusion system nationwide, because this information you shared is pertinent. And the other one says, other than appealing to the conscience of lab professional, is there any other way of enforcing an ethical behavior when professionals is on their own? The case we hear about fake COVID certificate through the region is really worrying. The other one, I think it will, our clinicians in our team would mostly help there. Regarding vaccinations, are we educating clients on complications and contraindication? Are we prepared to deal with this problem in order to save lives and loss of good health? And the other one is a request for Prof. Matara to provide more information or links to alternative chief, more information. And then this one, I work in a hospital lab outside Zimbabwe, and we have been using convalescent plasma for COVID-19 patients with favorable results. I could source some literature on it and share with the group. I would like to hear Dr. Matara's opinion on practice. The other one is it ethically right to use rapid tests to screen blood meant for transfusion? That's the final round of questions. Colleagues in the panelists, can we address these questions? I would ask Dr. Maramba to go first, since he had most questions on hemovigilance and rapid tests and for transfusion. Then other colleagues can come in. We can show by raising of hands so that we know who will speak next.
Okay, good
Dr.
afternoon.
Maramba, unmute yourself.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, the first one, which talks about blood transfusion. When it comes to blood transfusion, is it right to use rapid tests to screen blood? The screening that is done at the blood centers is to screen for transmissible infections, then also to screen for antigens, antibodies. So I'm not sure what they are talking about. If they are talking about the screening of transfusion transmissible infection, the different methods that are available, particularly the rapid methods, their target is not what we may be looking for. You can, with the rapid test, you may be looking for antibodies sometimes, but the testing that is done at the blood transfusion centers, we may get someone to comment, because I know that Mr. Ngomo is there on the platform. He may also comment. The target would be to look for the DNA, RNA. If it's for the virus, the antibody may not be the most appropriate one to do the screening for TTIs. Then the other comment for the blood groups, it's blood group methods. The rapid methods are meant for non-automated systems. Depending on the number of tests that have got to be done, because the method for antibody antigen testing is targeting the same thing for the blood grouping. So on that one, it depends on the volumes, but usually the blood centers, they deal with large volumes, so they go for automated methods rather than the rapid ones. Then as far as the hemovigilance is concerned, I would say it's work in progress. I speak to the guys at the Blood Transfusion Center. I must appreciate in Zimbabwe, our system is not as advanced as in developed world, where they've got committees that are in place in both the hospital and the transfusion center. But I must say it's work in progress. Again, because we've got, well, the hemovigilance in Zimbabwe is the type which is driven via the blood supplier, as opposed to an independent organization, a private partnership, or an independent regulatory body. So because we've got some members who are on the platform, they may help us. But what I would say in a nutshell is there are efforts that are being made by the transfusion center to try and collaborate this with the hospitals and the users of blood products. That's what I would say. In terms of the SOPs, whatever is being done has got procedures. I know that from the Blood Transfusion Center, they've got SOPs for what they're currently doing. However, I did mention that they are limited in the scope that they are covering so far. We may need to ask Mr. Ngomo, I think he's on the platform, to comment. That's what I would say.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other response from the other panelists before we close the session? I know there are lots of colleagues who could have lots of questions. Unfortunately, it would be unfair to keep colleagues on the platform for too long. We had promised to be done by 12 o'clock, so we are just responding we are just going around among the panelists on the questions that we got on the chat as we had asked for. I'm really sorry. I know we could have lots of things we could have said, but we due to allow me to enable the meeting to close as early as we can, to allow colleagues to move on to other things.
Can I come in with Dr. Machingura?
Oh, all right, you can say something.
I know you said there were some comments or questions directed to me, and I've sent a message to say, can I get them? But for all who need references, there are so many references. What I'll do is, as we share this, I'll then have a file on the referencing of this topic, because there were so many, I couldn't cover them on one slide. Is there a question directed to me that I missed out? I just heard the tail end of it.
Basically, they were asking for the references, so it's good that you can share the references. Anyone from the panelists who can say something? And I see we have Prof. Mandisoza and Juliet. They are raising their hand, I think, and Sisodwa. Maybe I may just give them a chance to comment because they are in the blood transfusion area, and then after we have had something from the panelists on this, then we close. And any of the panelists who would want to respond? Okay, I'll ask Prof.
I can come back, because I was trying to give the others a chance. I can come back, because I was trying to give others a chance. But from the point of view of panelists, it was such a pleasure and an exciting time for all of us to be able to be linked in such a short time and on an topic of ethics, which is so dear to all our hearts. We are bonded through the specimens of our patients, whom we might not see, but many of us have joined clinics where we actually see where the specimens are coming from, And in terms of registration, interest in the course, in the webinar, it was a huge success. The issue on connectivity maybe is the one that, because over 400 registered, but just over 100 participated. So we might have a connectivity issue in Africa generally, and we can advocate for telemedicine and improve the ICT connectivity in our countries through our associations. Thank you very much. It was a pleasant pleasure, a day filled of enjoyment, excitement, and connectivity among ourselves. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Prof. Prof. Matarara. Prof. Okesina, you can say so that we finish among the panelists, then we go to the colleagues who want to add wine in practice.
I just didn't want to say because I was muted throughout the discussion, so I was protesting. But anyway, I think I want to thank everybody, the organizers, for giving us the opportunity to discuss this issue, which is very, very important. So, and participants have done very well. So I think we'll do more in the future to move laboratory medicine very forward in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Prof. Okesina. Even if there was something that you wanted to say and your mic were muted and you wanted to say, you can say before we allow those three colleagues from practice, then we close.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm all right now. I'm all right.
Oh, all right, that's fine. So
Okay.
I'll ask Prof. Mandisoza to go first, then Juliet, and then Sisodwa. Prof. Mandisoza, you can go ahead. Mute yourself.
Right. I would like to thank Dr. Maramba for a wonderful presentation on blood transfusion. Just a comment on the rapid test. That's to say, malaria was never tested on blood donors before donation. So I think using the rapid test, we managed to pick some malaria parasites in almost 10 patients. 10 times 4, it means that those patients would effectively infect 40 recipients. So I think it is important to relook at that rapid test, particularly for malaria testing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Mandisoza. Juliet, can you unmute yourself? Can you speak, Juliet? Juliet Petsai. Juliet?
Yes.
Yes, can you say?
I can hear you, yes. Right. Thank you to all the contributors and to other warriors behind the scenes who helped to get this going. Anyway, I had a couple of things. Now I'm kind of losing track. The first one was in terms of having a national sort of like governing body to make sure that the standards and ethics are in place. I think it is a very good idea because in other countries you have like an independent body that the government will give a responsibility to monitor and evaluate how labs are performing and whether there should be a national guideline, and then the labs will write standard operating procedures for each department based on those national guidelines to say in this laboratory we're going to have these steps in place so that we meet the national guideline, which should be standard. And then any laboratory or any facility or any segment of the lab that does not meet those benchmarks can then get either an opportunity to retrain, an opportunity to improve within a period of time with escalating consequences. And that will encourage overall good practices across the board. And that organization should be independent of political influence, financial influence, or any other influences that will mean that their evaluation of a station by station is not affected by any other input, except that the patient's welfare is their primary driver. They are accountable to, they are acting on behalf of the patient, of the service receiver, that they get the best outcome. So that's kind of the scope of approaching standard procedures in the lab. And I think it's a healthy way to approach the process. On the subject of, I think somebody mentioned convalescent plasma. I am working in a hospital where we've been using this. It's been quite well received, and I could get more information and share it with the group. I wanted to know Dr. Matara's approach on it in terms of what she knows about it from a clinical perspective, because I work in the lab. So I don't have a clinical evaluation, and sometimes you don't get all the information. And can't remember what the third one was. But anyway, that's what I can remember for now. Thank you for giving me a chance. And hello, everyone.
Thank you very much. Just to say, we have the Health Professions Authority. They do work on, they are given that mandate by the government. In Zimbabwe, we have the Medical Laboratory and Clinical Scientists Council. They regulate how we operate as medical laboratory scientists and clinical scientists. And in South Africa, they also have a similar body. Last we have Sisodwa, then we close. Sisodwa has just disappeared. I can't see him anymore. Oh, there he is. All right, Sisodwa, can you just say a word, then we close?
Thank you very much, Dr. Machingura, and thank you very much to the organizing team for the wonderful presentations that we had. I just raised my hand at the behest of Dr. Maramba, who mentioned us as National Blood Service. I think he was responding on a question on hemovigilance. Yes, in terms of hemovigilance practice, we as National Blood Service Zimbabwe have been leading the program per se, but we are having challenges. We've had challenges, and we're still having challenges which we've approached the ministry on. For instance, the elements of getting information from particular hospitals, because the thing is currently it's more on a voluntary basis, whereby the hospitals can give you information on a voluntary basis. We request for that information. Sometimes we get it, sometimes we do not get it. And as a result, right now, we are now pursuing the WHO initiative, whereby blood services will be regulated. And because the regulatory authority in Zimbabwe is bound to be Medicines Control Authority of Zimbabwe, considering that we're using blood as a medicine. So we are also borrowing from them how they have been initiating the pharmacovigilance elements and the successes that they have. So we'll borrow from that, include that in our hemovigilance program, and hopefully we will get more success in terms of more information. How has the blood been used? Because currently we can provide information on where the blood went to, but where was it used? It was the medical case, was it an ops case, was it a gyne case, etc. I just hope that addition maybe can provide value to what Dr. Maramba had already said.
Thank you very much. We have come to the end of our workshop, and we just will have closing remarks. And I'll just ask Ropafadzo Hove to say something on behalf of our technical hosts for hosting this workshop, Empower School of Health, who were working behind the scene in making sure that the registration works well, and they were providing the support, the IT support. Sonia and the team were the ones responsible for making this possible. And they were running the show, making sure that we are online and everyone is connected, and it's streaming live on Facebook. You'll even be able to see it after this event. If you have missed some of the past due to connectivity, it will be on the Empower School of Health website and on the University of Zimbabwe Facebook. So over to you, Ropafadzo Hove, then I'll close. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Machingura. I am sure all of us are aware or are familiar with this old African proverb. If you want to go quickly, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. It has been a privilege for Empower School of Health to be a part of this very successful and informative ethical laboratory practice workshop. Empower is a public health focused digital learning and capacity building organization that has supported clients and the e-learning community from across 100 plus countries, primarily in Africa and Asia, in global health, academia, and humanitarian programs. Empower has extensive experience working on projects related to digital learning, training, and capacity building, developing learning management system platforms, global health procurement and supply chain, access to medicines and public health technologies, covering various public health programs, which include HIV/AIDS, TB, malaria, vaccination, maternal and child health. Empower is working with multilateral agencies, industry associations, non-governmental organizations, UN agencies, donors, and government agencies, such as UNDP, UNFPA, UNOPS, UNAIDS, WHO, Global Fund, MSH, Gates Foundation, DFID, World Bank, and USAID, among others. And Empower has supported various ministries of health across the globe. And we look forward to future fruitful engagement with laboratory scientists and laboratory technologists. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ropafadzo Hove, our colleague from Empower Health. I just want to end by saying thank you all for your time, for spending your day, part of your morning with us as we share these issues that we believe are pertinent for the healthcare delivery in Zimbabwe, South Africa, the rest of Africa, in the whole world. And I just want also to thank the panelists who were willing to give up their time from their busy schedule to get this started. And also would want to acknowledge the two colleagues who kept nudging me on in order to go forward with this agenda, which I began several years ago. The one is Prof. Erasmus and another one is Fadzai Ditima. Those colleagues kept encouraging me to say, even though people can't have physical meetings, we can use on virtual meetings. Don't be limited by the lack of physical contact. And I just want to acknowledge University of Zimbabwe, Department of Laboratory Diagnostic and Investigative Sciences for their support, for the all members of the department, their support, and the faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences at the University of Zimbabwe, and our Dean, Professor Masanganise, for his support. And I would also want to acknowledge the leadership of the University of Zimbabwe for giving us this time and space to be able to do this sort of work, which enables us to improve the laboratory medicine in Zimbabwe and in Africa. And I would also want to acknowledge Cape Peninsula University of Technology, Department of Biomedical Sciences, the whole team, the academic staff, the non-academic staff, and my fellow colleagues, the students, and all the other colleagues in the department, and their head of department, Professor Glenda Davison, who chaired the first session, for their support to make this event possible. And I would also want to acknowledge Stellenbosch University, the Division of Chemical Pathology, who also made this possible. The head, I see she's actually still here with the, even though we have gone over time, and for allowing us to collaborate. And I would also want to acknowledge the African Federation of Clinical Chemistry and Laboratory Medicine, who was available even through their president and their leadership team and the Zimbabwean affiliate, Zimbabwean Association of Clinical Biochemistry, which was also instrumental. And last but not least, I would like to acknowledge Empower Health, Empower School of Health, who were instrumental in the registration and in the advertising of this event, and also in running this event. I would like to acknowledge their leadership, and also the colleague that I worked directly with, Sonia, who I would call upon each and every time, and we were working on this. I just want to thank you very much, and have a good day, and look forward to many more workshops that will come from the collaboration of the University of Zimbabwe, Department of Laboratory Diagnostic and Investigative Sciences, the Cape Peninsula University of Technology, Department of Biomedical Sciences, the Stellenbosch University Division of Chemical Pathology, the African Federation of Clinical Chemistry and Laboratory Medicine, and Empower School of Health. Thank you very much. Till we meet again, may the day be good to you. Thank you very much. And may we be ethical laboratory practitioners.